Clash Royale. Clash Royale. Download for free.
Hello! I'm looking for 8 ferocious warriors to help me duel for glory and honor in the Royale arena. Who will join me? Preferably someone strong and tall and not green. Okay, fine. Yeah.
Nice. One hill.
Soon you must fight and summon the force within. All right. Yes.
On top. Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Halloween ever. Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Now. Oh.
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Clash Royale. Clash Royale. Download for free.
Hello! I'm looking for 8 ferocious warriors to help me duel for glory and honor in the Royale arena. Who will join me? Preferably someone strong and tall and not green. Okay, fine. Yeah.
Assemble your team. Everybody takes
Nice.
Soon you must fight and summon the force within. All right.
Yes!
On top.
This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Yes! Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
所有屏幕前正在守候直播的各位挑战者们，大家好，欢迎来到2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛，我是你们的主持人小袁。
Hello Clash Royale fans, welcome to the 2020 Clash Royale League East Fall season. I'm your host, Gabriel.
星耀东方，再战金秋。
This fall, the stars will once again clash in the CRL East Arena.
2020 CRL 东方赛区即将重燃战火，8支顶尖俱乐部已经集结完毕，蓄势待发。让我们一起欢迎东方8强的华丽回归。
All 8 teams are refueled and pumped, ready to show us their A game. Without further ado, let's meet the teams.
永远不要低估一颗冠军的心。休赛期的一掷千金，只为收复失地，重回巅峰，让紫金王朝再次闪耀。
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. With a buffed-up roster, they are more than determined to reclaim the title. Introducing Nova Esports.
Nova Esports, AUK, CRS, D-King, Little Chain, Rain, Mount 99, LCR.
年轻，所以无惧挑战。韩国荣耀卷土重来，全新的赛季，相信热血年轻的少年们一定给我们带来更多的惊喜。
After a season of clashing, these young lions from South Korea are more seasoned than ever and are aiming for greater heights. Introducing Team Timing!
Team Timing, Greed, Nuri, Saddle, Ho, Haruki.
盛夏之王凯歌高奏，带着 SCG 的夺冠阵容，原班人马出战的不死鸟，必将在秋季赛飞得更高。
The champions of the 2020 Summer East Games, sharpening their claws and doubling down on their original lineup. These guys are all set to achieve their win streak ambition. Introducing Talent!
Talent, Blizzard, Garrod, One Crown, Hall, Line.
3进3出，初心不改。休赛期的大换血，让他们带来全新的活力。浴火重生的他，依旧充满着对冠军的渴望。
To embrace the coming season, they have swapped 3 players in their lineup. This mixed roster of seasoned players with new young talents could have potentially huge upsides. Introducing TTG!
TTG, Boss, Famous Kid, 后羿, Granzord, 糯米糍.
是来自于日本的王者之师，人人 carry， 全民皆兵，而2v2更是他的拿手好戏。兵强马壮的他，相信在秋季赛必将成为夺冠热门之一。
With a stacked roster and an extraordinary 2v2 record, this top-tier team from Japan have locked their eyes on the top glory. Introducing Honos!
Honos, KK, Rad, Reiki Jones, Tengard, Yakitori, Fuchi, Mugi.
荟萃4国好手，打造国际纵队。在引进2位天梯大神时候，上一届的季军需要更进一步，剑指冠军。
Having recruited 2 ladder toppers, this international team are prepared to hunt bigger game. Introducing the bronze medalist of the special season, Kicks Team!
Kicks Team, Ice Law, JTV, Light, Yuya, Mountain, Benzo Rido.
最强阵容再战一季，4获亚军，热血未干。在秋季赛 ，CN 无冕之王将再一次向冠军发起冲击。
This Chinese powerhouse is a full-time runner-up. Now they focus on to climb even greater heights. Introducing WEDGM!
WEDGM, Heat, Sia, Solo Man, 晚歌，烧肉 ，Higher。
东方之王新科冠军，黄金班底再迎强援。秋季赛，谁能挑战他们的王权呢？
These champions of the CILE special season have infused new blood and bucked up even further. Will they successfully defend the title? Introducing Fab Gaming!
Fab Gaming, Hajime, Kardashian, Katsumeshi, Expo Master, Art, Jack.
8支战队重回原点，谁能摘下新赛季的桂冠，代表东方登上上海全球总决赛的舞台？让我们一起共同见证。
No matter what achievement they have accomplished, they are now at the same starting line, competing for spots in the 2020 CRL World Finals in Shanghai and the champion title of the full season. Tune in and find out who will rise to the top.
2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛，揭幕之战马上开始。
The opening match of the 2020 CRL East Full Season is starting right away!
这两场稳步斩杀吗？还是水中预判吗？
恭喜一下 NOVA！
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어서 네 마무리됐습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive and that sweet round roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！スピークを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still cannon.
That tower's down so quickly.
再加一个滚末，斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM！
2 and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports
回転から極力탈론이었다.
PTG コースとなりました
유소와 하브 게이밍.
JIL クラルアリーウイスト1赛季中賽ファイシーズン頑張ります。このシーズンウイスト頑張ります。ファイティング。
And what an introduction that was. As you can tell, we are here for the CRL East Fall Season 2020. My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef. G-Clef, I'm excited for this. This is going to be one hell of a season. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's been a few months, but there are lots of Clash Royale all around the world for the few months for us to watch and enjoy. But we are back. It's East. We've got 7 brand new players kicking into lots of different teams, and they're supposed to be really, really good. There are some key players just coming into the team with fresh blood, fresh skills. I'm wondering how well they're actually going to do in the tournament. And there were lots of roster changes, some rule changes, format changes. So we've got a lot of explanation to do before we head into the match. I'm just overall excited for the season.
And let's take a look. So the outline, basically, it's CRL Asia and China, the old regions put together.
Yes.
We'll be going till October 1st for the regular season. Then the playoffs will happen. But for the regular season, it's going to be 2v2, King of the Hill, and 1v1. 2v2
That's
is
right.
back, G-Clef.
It's back with a ban card. So that's going to be the important part. Ban card only in 2v2. 1v1s, no ban card. We're going to have straight out lots of meta decks for a lot of those players. And the important part is King of the Hill is in the middle. So we're going to have a lot of players actually playing the game within the match.
Yeah, and one player can play in all 3 sets, so you can have your best player in 2v2, you can then throw him in King of the Hill, and if he's not tired by the end of the day, you can whack him in that 1v1 and drain every last result you can get out.
Alright, so you can put Simon in 2v2 and King of the Hill and 1v1, see the results, and kick him out of the team.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that. Okay, looking at the prize pool, first place is $120,000, $60,000 for second, $30,000 for third, $15,000 for fourth, a total $225,000.
Isn't this the most amount of prize money that we have?
I believe so.
From all the seasons in history in a single season? I think so.
Easily. And the teams, you all know them, we all love them. Ponos, Fav Gaming, Kicks, Talent, WEDGM, Nova Esports, Team Timing, and TTG.
Yes, same teams, same names, but lots of teams are in different shapes and forms. Of course, the meta has changed too. So before we go into it, I am just totally so excited. And we have 6 teams today, of course. 2 teams will be playing tomorrow. It's going to be the TTG and Kicks. But today we have WEDGM 5 Gaming, the finals from the last season. Kicking off the season, that's great. Match 2, Nova Esports with stacked roster versus Talent. They got some good lineups too. And match 3, Team Timing versus Ponos. It's going to be a hell of a day.
Yeah, that first game, WEDGM versus Fav, a repeat of the final, the blood match between the 2 teams is going to be off the hook. WEDGM, completely unchanged. Their team, it was a solid team anyway. The finals seemed to be, that was where they ended up in a bumpy road up to that final. They get to the final, and then the wheels kind of fell off a little bit.
Yes, during the regular season, they seemed like the best. Yeah. They were the best. And then in the playoffs, there were some hiccups in the middle, and I think they're still pretty good, and which also fits for 2v2. So they don't need any change,
Yeah, and then you have Fav Gaming, who've made one change. They changed out Danny. Danny's got into content creation side of things. They brought in Hajime. Hajime, you probably have seen him around. He's been on nearly every pro's videos. He always shows up. The guy has skills. He won the Red Bull MEO, I believe, in Japan.
He's been in many tournaments. Not just in Japan, lots of online tournaments too.
Yeah, the guy is insane. And then you bring up Fav Gaming. You have Kitashin and Kensameshi, who 2019 CRL Asia, they were one of the best, if not the best 2v2. I believe it was 11-1. They finished with, they only lost in the final against OG and Entus. Incredible 1v1. what Fav did, they went out, they went, okay, we need one more 1v1 player for our King of the Hill roster, and we will be untouchable.
Yes, I think exactly. You had the right point. Hajime, who was also known as the Expo Master in Japan. And they also have Expo Master within themselves, who is also playing from Korea. So they have double that Expo Master. Who's going to take them down? And plus, they have Jack.
The one thing I will say, though, is Expo Master is no longer living in Japan with the rest of the team. He's currently in Korea. Fav Gaming, I believe, have a match room that they will all descend on for the matches. So that's what they're going to be doing. WEDGM all do live together. So you have that camaraderie. You have people talking about the game 24/7. Taking a look at the key players, though, Jack and Higher, I cannot agree with this more. The only thing I would say, maybe Expo Master would be the key player. After, I believe it was like a 60-something% win rate last season.
Yeah, at the beginning, Jack had held the key for the team, and then it transferred over to Expo Master, who basically had won all 3-0 King of the Hill. Came out as the last player for the team. There were some amazing moments, but Higher, certainly right, who's also doing really well in No Tilt, who was doing really well until he won against Spencer.
Never quite made it, but he was always up there. I think he was eliminated in the quarterfinals 3 times. He made it to the semifinals. He made it to the finals where Benza took him out. And as we can see, the 2v2 player standings, we have no data on this right now, so that's empty.
Why do we even have that page?
All right, so talking about this, Expo Master, including Triple Draft, has a 63% win rate from last season. I believe if you remove Triple Draft, that goes up to 72%.
That's amazing.
An absolute monstrous season from him last season. Jack's sitting at 51% in that team. Kensameshi has a 64% win rate, but played considerably less games than the others. But there we are, looking at the new jersey of WEDGM. It is Higher.
He's got a haircut.
He is. I like the green on the sleeves.
And Solomon.
This is a 2v2 pairing that I think we were kind of expecting.
Yes.
Higher and Solomon work really well together. I know that Solomon on Twitter constantly tweets out like, hey, it's 4 in the morning, I'm still studying. No, I don't think anyone puts in as much time as he does.
I think he has like 10 devices. he needs more fingers than everyone else. Oh, and it's Kensameshi, Kitashian. Of course, the duo from Fav Gaming, they're ready to go.
This is the 2v2 duo, and I'm so happy that we get to see player cams now.
I know, we get to see the match room. Of course, all the teams in China, they're going to play offline in the arena, and every other team's going to have their match room within their region or wherever they have the match room set up.
Also, this is in front of a live audience,
That's
but there are plenty of COVID protections in place. They have to wear masks, they have to separate distance-wise. The only people who don't need to wear masks are the people who are playing alone at home.
That's about it. And we have the band cards only for 2v2 this season. And it's blind band card picks, so they can't overlap. It's going to be Tornado, as we all know it. It's going to be Tornado in lots of 2v2 games.
Yeah, very expected. I think Tornado has the highest ban rate in 2v2 out of any card.
Yeah, even before the change, even after the change, I think it's about the same. They can just delay all the troops so far, especially like the Giant Skeleton or the Royal Recruits and Royal Giant. So it's one of the most powerful spell in 2v2.
Yeah, well, we're gonna jump into this one relatively soon. What are we gonna see, G-Clef? Are you predicting a lot of Giant Skeleton RG? Royal Giant Skeleton?
Yes, but it's been some times that we didn't really have professional 2v2. But China did like to play some of those graveyard threes back in the days. I think that's always going to be a pocket strategy whenever they are in hard times. But for Japan, most of the times, they're just going with the straight up, Royal Giant Skeleton. I think that's one of the most common 2v2 strategy.
All right, so here we are, the first game, the first 2v2 of this new season. It is Fav Kensameshi and Fav Kitashian in red at the top of the screen, and Higher and Solomon in blue at the bottom.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The Goblin Barrel, of course, without the Tornado and double that. So maybe they're doing a double bait-ish 2v2.
For bait in 2v2, we used to see the Japanese teams do this a hell of a lot, but we're going Miner and the balloon here. Is it going to be able to get a connection? It looks as though it might get one drop. Snowball just in time slows that down, but look at the damage on that bottom right-hand tower. Fav Gaming straight out the gate with a huge push here.
Yeah, also on the bottom right, it's done crazy amount of damage already. There's that arrow, but what other spells? Bob has been hiding a lot of their spells, and there's a Zap missing one skeleton. That's some more damage, but still not bad for Bob too.
All right, so let's see, can this giant skeleton get to the tower? I very much doubt it. Another barrel comes in. Dealt with pretty well, not the best, only skeletons against that. So it's going to take some damage here from these last few skeletons. And
we thought it was some damage, but that was actually like about 600-700. So going down to 1200-ish. What other spells? They gotta have some. It seems like they don't have a log or a bar barrel.
With the Zap and the arrows, it makes sense not to have it. I'm guessing Fireball Rocket, maybe something heavier like that, lightning, but we'll have to see. There's a Heal Spirit into everything there, healing it all back up. Is that giant skeleton going to be nowhere near the tower at all?
Yeah, that's nerfed, but still for 2v2, it's one of for a quicker cycle. It's still really powerful. There's that poison finally from WEDGM taking out that Musketeer with the explosion and doing some damage to the tower.
Here is the Lumberjack Loon from Fav Gaming. Arrows to take out the bats, a Snowball to try and push that balloon back a little bit more. Will the Inferno Tower be enough with the Musketeer there? Absolutely, yes it is. And 304 on Fav Gaming's top tower. They are taking so much damage from these barrels and poisons. That tower is out, a necessary sacrifice.
There's nothing else, Fav. They gotta push. There's no other building. Of course, the bats do come. Zap right away. The balloon's gonna connect that tower down. They're going for 2 rounds immediately. WEDGM on a push.
WEDGM smartly gave up that tower to be able to push on the left-hand side here, but didn't get much done.
Yeah, the giant skeleton basically blocked the way right in the pin. That pocket was expected. Good reaction by Bob right there.
Mega Knight is gonna take a lot of damage off this, but the barrel comes in. The poison is there. The skeleton straight off the board. More and more damage is coming through, and Fav chooses not to put down the balloon until the skeleton starts crossing the bridge.
It becomes a little tougher when you lose the tower into the Inferno. It's a little easier to attack into it. There's the Zap and the freeze together. The balloon. Snowball just in time for WEDGM, saving the day.
All right, so now we've inverted the colors. That took a while to process here. And now we're back. Okay.
Now we're back. Back into still. Yeah, Fav on the top.
Fav still in red. Okay, so relatively even. There is 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Most of the bats taken out by that Heal Spirit. The arrows there to clean up. Will this balloon get the death damage in? Looks as though it's a little bit too far, but the Lumberjack gets one hit.
The skeleton is in range with the death explosion. That's game going to Fav Gaming. Game number 1. What a hectic game. But finally they managed to push through with balloon first instead of the giant skeleton at the last.
Absolutely insane pushes. The balloon with the giant skeleton isn't something we've seen all too much in 2v2. But if you picked Kensumeshi, which is probably my #1 pick in Fantasy Royale right now, enjoy those 2 crowns because that is well deserved.
Yes, yeah. Remind yourself before you pick 4 because you can have a single player playing 2v2 1v1 and King of the Hill. So double check before you finalize your roster for Fantasy Royale because Kensumeshi, he's going to be in there for 2v2 for sure, maybe more.
I don't think he's going to be used everywhere else. But, okay, so these barrels and poisons did so much damage. Fav Gaming, correct decision. Ignore that, let it go, push all the way in. And it worked. They get this tower down. Good Zap. Doesn't matter. Bats are out the way. I don't think it would have gone down anyway. The balloon and the skeleton take care of that. Then here is where things start to go kind of wrong for WEDGM.
Yeah, with the arrow and the Zap, I think WEDGM sort of basically expected the balloon to come out. Because you need to clear those there quickly with the Zap and the arrows. But yeah, the giant skeleton marching its way towards it. If that Musketeer was a little bit towards the left, I think it could have taken down or draw the distance away from the tower, saving the day. That didn't quite come through for WEDGM.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to be happening now in the second game. Another point to bring up is that timeouts are also back. So if a team needs an extra minute, an extra little bit of time just to calm down their players and bring things back down to earth, they can take that time. And during that time, the coach can come in, have a word, talk about what strategy they're going to do. So timeouts are also back this season.
Yeah, just for a single minute addition between the games. And you're limited to use it only once during the match, so you can't use it all the time. And I think Fob is actually doing what we were just talking about.
Yeah, they're taking the time out, trying to find out. Maybe that didn't go the way they thought it would. Maybe they thought that was going to be a very easy match. Not expecting that bait deck to come out from WEDGM, because we know Japan does this a lot. The Japanese teams do like that kind of gameplay in 2v2.
Also, Pono's using a lot of balloons in 2v2.
Exactly. So is WEDGM going for that style of play a little bit of a shock to Five Gaming?
I think they were expecting that to come out. That's the reason why they were having lots of baits, sort of reading that they're going to focus a lot on there. They need those arrows to delete those bats. So they're basically trading spells, but it worked a little bit better for Fob Gaming at the end.
So we will be shortly getting into this. It looks as though the coaches are out of the way, and game 2 in the first match between WEDGM and Fav Gaming will soon be on the way. Let's get into this one. Hire and Solomon in blue at the bottom for WEDGM, Ken Sameshi and Kitashian in red at the top for Fav Gaming.
Yeah, of course, not just in 1v1, the nerf in minor. Yeah, changed the meta a lot. We don't see that many minors anymore. Still, we do see from time to time, but not as much, I would say.
Right now, it looks as though it's going to be a mirror match. There is the balloon from WEDGM. Looks like they've decided to copy their opponent's decks. There is a freeze to help defend everything here. Is it going to be enough to stop this balloon? No!
Is it the log? Oh! That must have been the closest balloon I've ever seen to the tower.
That log almost changed the start of this game. It was so close to just delaying that Musketeer enough to get that one drop.
I'm pretty sure that skeleton on the balloon was ready to drop it, but it's got down to still the defending bomb tower is still there for WEDGM. Even the E-Wiz to delay that balloon from going anywhere near the tower.
Using their own giant skeleton. What have they got to distract? There are the skeletons and a giant skeleton played right at the front. But with that Musketeer connecting onto the giant skeleton, the miner hitting that, have they got anything to stop this balloon? There is the fireball. The bats, is it too late? Fav Gaming are playing a game of inches on these balloon defenses. That was so close. Again, they almost took another drop.
Again, WEDGM basically using the miner to delete that Musketeer. So Fav, I mean, they're doing a great job by having the skeletons coming in the middle to draw the giant skeleton and buying some time. But they might have to switch that out against the miner to keep that Musketeer alive, because double balloon seems to be a lot of pressure from WEDGM right now.
Yeah, the balloon play has been phenomenal so far from WEDGM, and they decide to load up on the other side. Another Musketeer is there. A bomb tower is down as well. The bats trying to clean up, but that balloon looks pretty healthy, but I believe it will be taken out with the help of the right-hand tower. So that's cleaned up, and now Fav Gaming load up with their own raged up balloon. Is it going to be enough to get to the tower? The miner distracting quite a bit. E-Wiz is there to just try and bring it to a halt, and it does. Don't even think there'll be death damage in that. It's just out of range.
And the mine goes all the way in the back. Lumberjacks need to take it to the Musketeer. Is that enough? Not even close to it. So the fireball has to come down from Fav Gaming. So they used a lot of elixirs in defense.
Can Fav Gaming get any closer with these defenses? Again, another balloon that looked as though it was going to hit the tower.
At least WEDGM, they're saving up. They're doing some chunks with the death damage to the tower, so that's extra that they're doing. Fav Gaming, they basically didn't even touch the towers on the bottom.
There is the freeze again. Another Musketeer fireball comes in, nicely cleaned up this time. Oh, the giant skeleton was just in range.
Now she got the death damage of about 1,000. So Fav Gaming now they push. So we are in overtime. Tower down. What's going to be the game? There's that freeze. Only few bats onto the balloon. Second drop. is there?
Is he going to get a third? Oh, that was so close. The E-Wiz was there. The death damage isn't going to be enough to take that tower, but that has put Fav Gaming in the lead out of basically nowhere. They were nowhere near taking this game, but now it's starting to look as though their favor has turned.
The defensive bats coming up against the balloon. WGM, they just need to chunk in a few more damage. There's the balloon. The fire. Oh, was enough, and then there's the defensive freeze. But the miner all the way up the back from WEDGM side has been working on that tower for a long time.
That was insanely close. If you look down on the bottom left, that tower is about to go as well. Just as that balloon death damage ticks over, explodes onto the tower with the help of that miner. I'm gonna have a heart attack at the end of these games. Fav Gaming WEDGM's 2v2 so far have been on a knife edge. This is insane.
Well, there's one attack and defense in one section of the arena, I'm okay. But when I have to split my eyes like that, you better cover the other side, Simon. It's gonna be hard 2v2.
Both teams roughly copying each other's decks. Actually, I think it's perfect copy. Zap instead of log.
Yeah, few spell differences and arrow from Fav Gaming
instead of snowball. Yeah, so pretty equal there. 2.78 elixir leaked by Fav Gaming, 1.29 by WEDGM. Could that have been a factor? No, I don't think so.
And I think E-Wiz was also a really big factor.
So many balloons that were just almost on the tower. So yeah, the E-Wiz was a very, very smart choice to bring in here. I believe this is player audio.
Yeah, from WEDGM side.
打爆炸伤害也可以。对。这边来出球。OK 出了。
Alright, let's go.
我这边要交冰刀。
WEDGM they stacked a lot of death damage.
我滚一下。
To have the lead against Fav Gaming.
我血。
There was the
大鼓了进塔了，不要再交了，亏费。
away, but just there. That
不管了，看不见刀鼓可以拉下。
Yeah, Fav Gaming, they wanted to push the left side at the same time. Got a little bit too greedy, I would say.
我冰这边。我冰了大头，大头没有打到。
Yeah, the bottom right also going to 191. That was close.
I did not want to interrupt that last bit because I know what was coming. Like absolute euphoria from WEDGM when that tower goes down. I mean, a game as tight as this so far has produced already. This is only the first match, the first set, and it's already produced enough clippable moments pretty much to start a Clash Royale East highlights channel.
Already in 2v2. I mean, 2v2 is a mode that I love. Play all the time, especially right after when I wake up. But at this level, it's a different game, man.
My 2v2s never look this close.
Never ever.
It's either a stomp or I get stomped. It's never as close as this.
I mean, these professional players, they have been practicing for over a month ahead of time, just for this day and the entire season. So far, WEDGM, they brought their own balloon decks, and they were challenging Fav Gaming, saying, okay, we've got a similar strategy, but we can do it better than you guys.
Well, we were saying very early on in the beginning, Kitashin and Kensameshi last year as a 2v2 pairing in the fall season were absolutely unstoppable. They just dominated everyone time and time again in CRL Asia. Hire and Solomon, I believe they played 2v2 together. Was it that pairing or was it with one?
Not all the time, and they also had a second pair when the original 2v2 did not go well.
Yep.
That's what a lot of the Chinese teams actually did. They had two different 2v2 pairs to sort of make it a little bit harder for the prediction for the opponent. But this season, I don't think that's going to happen because of different format.
So we're going to see a lot of Hire and Solomon?
I believe so.
If they play at this level, I can see Fav Gaming WEDGM being 1 and 2. Because this has been some of the best 2v2 I think I've ever seen, and we haven't seen a single Royal Giant so far today, and that...
Only 2 games in, Simon.
But this is 2v2. We're used to seeing Giant Skeleton and that Royal Giant over and over again in 2v2, but are we going to see it in Game 3 between these two teams? Kensumeshi and Katashin in red at the top, Higher and Solomon in blue at the bottom, and it looks as though we have a slight return to Game 1 from WEDGM.
Yeah, double bait, just like Game 1 from WEDGM.
With the Goblin Cage, do you think it is Royal Giant here from Valve Gaming? Because we do see that paired quite well together, especially with the Heal Spirit.
Yeah, a little more likely. I think Cage is a really great addition. Maybe also feeling some wall breakers or even graveyard coming through for Fab.
Mega Knight Graveyard would be tasty for Fab Gaming in this matchup so far.
So drawing that jump with the skeletons, buying some more time.
Go down it goes. Relatively even at this point. Fab Gaming sitting on quite a bit of elixir, cycling that Heal Spirit with the Musketeer as well. There is a Ram Rider, so it is going to be more of a bridge spammy kind of game from Fab Gaming. Is it going to get the connection? The Goblins are down.
They're barely connected.
Barely.
Yeah, from all that heal, from the Heal Spirit, it helped a lot to connect, but only a few hundred damage compared to how much WEDGM has already done to the top left.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in from these barrels from WEDGM. Fab Gaming just don't seem to have anything really to help defend it.
Log just thrown down on the left, so Fab, they need to find another way. Ewiz, and to delete the skeleton barrel is okay, but double that, so they're going to be lacking spell again. Perfect defense all the time is not going to happen.
Baby Dragon does go down, but that Musketeer has a slither of HP, so that's also going to go down. Snowball comes in to slow down the tower to cycle through. It does get one shot.
Yes.
So the Snowball there slows it down so that the Musketeer can get a shot in.
Just one more, but still that's a lot of damage though. Into the tower, 1100 left on the top left. Just drawing the giant skeleton away so the bridge is safe, but the Ram Rider still blocked by that bomb tower.
Yeah, that Fisherman also allows the Mega Knight to get the 2 jumps onto the giant skeleton, and the jumps do quite a bit more damage than a normal attack. So the jump really does it.
Also got some Fist Slap onto the bottom right, but that's not going to be enough damage. Barrel taken out with that log. But after the log, what else do you have?
They do have the Snowball, which obviously is a good answer, but it's not the best answer. It's not the best solution to these barrels coming in. The Ewiz is already there. Poison comes down from WEDGM, and that tower is looking very, very unhealthy. Snowball in there against everything. Mega Knight does get a dash, and another Mega Knight put down on the right-hand side. Is it going to be able to get there? No. The defense is good. All the elixir is down now for WEDGM.
Oh, even the Poison Fab Gaming, they want to end this. They want to have this big push, but it's just not happening with the Ewiz with those mini stuns, stopping it from charging it into the tower. WEDGM, they're only left with a couple of hundred on that tower.
There is the second barrel after the log is out. There's the Poison. The Ewiz isn't going to be enough. Can't tell if that damage is enough. The Snowball is going to be there, and that is it. WEDGM take the first 2v2 against Fab Gaming in a very, very close set.
The double bait that WEDGM has brought, especially against Fab Gaming. Game 1, it seemed like they were okay when the baits were actually working to begin with, but those balloons were really big. When those balloons were gone, I mean, that's one deck you would expect Fab Gaming to play when there's no tornado. I think it was a good bet for WEDGM to go back to the double bait, okay? Let's see what they bring and try to block it with the bomb tower, because it's not as bad, and our giant skeleton has been working pretty good against the bridge.
Yeah, it was just a really great game. The Rams never really, the Ram Riders never really found purchase, and every time they got close, they were body blocked by those giant skeletons as well, so that it doesn't know which way around it wants to get, and they close up that door.
Yeah, Fab, their bridge spam basically expensive. It seemed like those brand new PCs that just came out. The moment you buy it, it goes on 40% sale.
So here you can see that Ram Rider doesn't really know where it's going. It's trying to find a way through with the Ewiz as well, and the giant skeleton, and the goblins. It just doesn't find a quick, direct route onto the tower. That is what hurts Bob. They could never find that straight WEDGM just cycled.
信我，我滚过，
我们学小展了。
看够不够展，够展吗？够了，够
It
了。
was just phenomenal play by WEDGM.
That confidence, man. Putting those goblins on the poison, which you know it's going to be deleted in a second, but you know that if you're blocking that Ram Rider, the Mega Knight, you know you have the key to victory. Yeah, WEDGM basically held the key from the beginning of that game number 3. That bait's working pretty well against Valve Gaming there.
Didn't work very well in game 1. In game 1 against the Balloons, it could never really find the defensive purchase it needed. But in game 3, I mean, it just didn't work out. That bridge span with the Ram Rider didn't really work out in 2v2 with the Mega Knight. I mean, the thing is, there's too many big bodies, and one of the problems with Ram Rider, with Hog Rider, is that when there is a big body in front of them, it is very easy for them to get trapped into no man's land, where they kind of drift a little bit left, drift a little bit right, and they just get stuck. And I think that's kind of what happened here.
Well, still only a first match of 2v2.
Yep.
I think WEDGM, I think they really showed their style. And in comparison, Valve Gaming, they also showed their color with those balloons, which I think we're going to see a lot because we have ban cards in 2v2.
Yep.
Not saying that they're going to be playing balloon all the time, but I think that's going to be the style that we have been seeing in history from the Japanese as a region. So balloons, just keep that eye out, and also a lot more freeze than we thought already.
Freeze is always good in 2v2 because it's one of those cards you can just carry around, and if you use it, you use it. If you don't, in 2v2, the elixir balance doesn't really matter all too much because you have someone else who can fill in those plugs, fill in those gaps that you have of elixir if you spend that 2 elixir, that 3 elixir.
I remember Ponos used to be one of those teams just holding onto that freeze until the last 30 seconds and then use it at the end just to change everything around.
Especially with a graveyard as well. That was just dirty. Absolutely dirty. Anyway, King of the Hill is coming up. WEDGM versus Valve Gaming. Who are you expecting to see? Who are you not expecting to see? Because I already put out on Twitter who I expect to see, especially from Valve Gaming.
So give me your list first.
All right. So it's going to be Hajime, Expo Master Jack for Valve. And then it's going to be Hire, Solomon, Wanga for the old WEDGM.
And I think you're right.
I
especially from Valve, I think it's 120%.
Yeah. The order, I'm not sure.
I think it might be Hajime first to give him less pressure to go in first. And then it has been Jack Expo Master, and they swap back and forth all the time. So that, I don't know. But for the other side, WEDGM, Hire tends to be the player that goes first, usually. He doesn't go last like the other teams. I don't exactly know why WEDGM does that all the time, but it has worked a lot of the times.
I mean, WEDGM, Hire and Solomon, it's a very easy way to pick those two because Hire had a 57% win rate, including triple draft last season. Solomon had a 53% win rate. And then it's between Peas and Wanga.
I mean, Peas showed his lights during the beginning of last special season.
He would always get one win.
Always one golem deck, though.
Yeah, always.
Always. At least one or more, one golem deck with the traditional golem lightning that you see all the time with the Night Witch. But maybe Peas, maybe Wanga. I think that's the switch that I'm going to be expecting.
So with Peas, he went 4-5 in the regular season King of the Hill, 0-1 in the playoffs. Whereas Wanga went 5-3 in regular season and 1-2 in the playoffs. So that's why I give it to Wanga over Peas right now. I think Peas would be more of a later in the season kind of player where people expect this roster to come out.
And also, just reading from the meta, we don't really see Golem. Basically close to 0. A lot less than what we had for last season and the season before right now because those Skeleton Dragons plus the cycle has been really quick, especially with that RG.
Especially
and
with
Graveyard.
Fisherman coming back as well because it's easy to kind of shut down
and Hunter,
the Golem.
A lot of those decks.
The Golem Hunter, the Fisherman Hunter has kind of shut it down, especially with the Barb Hut that we've seen a lot with Graveyard especially. You put the Barb Hut in the middle, Fisherman on your tower, you pull it in. When it pops, you get a bit of incremental damage onto your King Tower. You activate it all up. Hunter's there just eating away at the Golem. Pretty safe behind your hut. I mean, Golem is in a kind of bad spot right now, but personally, I've kind of moved on from Golem.
The Golem guy here.
I've moved on, man. I don't play that anymore. I'm a reformed character.
Which means you don't see Golems anymore, guys. This guy's been Golem. He's been a Golem guy for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah. Golem one trick for 3 years.
He moved on. I hope you guys are listening, all those Golem players out there. It's time to go forward, man.
I have abandoned my people. Okay, so in terms of no-tilt with these players, I did have it here. So,
yeah.
Higher was insanely close in the 1v1s. So many times. I think he got knocked out by Shake twice in 2 different qualifiers. It kind of rings a bell. Okay, King of the Hill player standings, KK 80%. What? I forgot about that. Ice-Law 80%.
Yes.
Expo Master, Blizzard, and then D-King. This is all from last season.
Yes.
Obviously, it won't be this season. And then King of the Hill record rates, Solomon 53, Higher 41, Peas 40, Wonga 54.5. On the other side, though, Expo Master 66.7, Jack 47.4. That seems really low.
Yeah, Jack actually did not perform as well in King of the Hill. In 1v1, he did pretty well.
In 1v1, yeah, he went 5-2 in terms of sets, 11-8 in terms of games. So, yeah, 1v1 was more of his thing. King of the Hill never really clicked. But if he is in this Fav Gaming's King of the Hill roster, which I will put money on he is, he needs to bring it today because Fav need this set win.
Yeah, in terms of meta between the region, China overall has been focusing a little more compared to the rest of the world, a little more towards the Royal Hog, which is also in the meta. You see it a lot more than Golem, certainly. Totally in the meta, about as much as I would say the Ice Balloon with the Ice Golem Loon Miner without the lava, I would say.
Is gonna be Hajime from Fav Gaming. Get his feet wet. Now, one of the things that we have to mention is that ladder is a very different beast to CRL, and CRL is a very different beast to a lot of semi-pro tournaments as well, because this is a team environment. When you're 1v1, you lose. You only have yourself to kind of blame and yourself to kind of like get over. You only rely on yourself. In this, though, in the team environment, there is the pressure from you wanting to perform for your teammates.
Yep, and also you practice within the team. So there might be something else, or there's a special deck that you like more compared to the other teams. We've had some decks that everyone from a single team was playing on the day, especially. And we could tell that they were practicing this deck only for a week or more. But here we go, we're ready for that 1v1. It's going to be Wonga from WEDGM on the bottom in blue, and Hajime for the first time from Fav Gaming on top.
Time for him to get his feet wet. Split in the arches at the back is Wonga, and then we have the Barbaro from Hajime with that Goblin Cage. Royal Giant?
Oh, we can also have... Yeah, with the Cage, I would say Royal Giant, or even some Graveyard that are also possible. With the Knight Hajime, I'm feeling some Graveyard coming out.
Let's see, there is a Musketeer. Poison comes down from Hajime. There is a battle ram from Wonga. May have caught Hajime off guard. No, it doesn't look like it. Ice Wiz in the middle, slowing everything down. The Barbaro as well, cleaning that up. Hajime with a very nice starting defense here.
Yeah, didn't really get caught by that surprise. Battle ram all of a sudden on the left. Should be okay, even though it's going to be poison because the Ice Wizard is going to slow it down all the time.
Well, here is a Baby Dragon from the back. Not going to go with the Graveyard this time. If it is indeed Graveyard, don't want to put 100% of my chips on the table. It could be a surprise deck here.
Yeah, also Hajime's got a Tornado on his own, so it should be okay. But with these recruits,
new and improved recruits. Let's see. I think this might be the first time I think I've seen them in professional play since they were ridiculously strong.
Yeah, ever since they got the ridiculous buff. Let's see, still pretty good though. Before double elixir, yeah, Wanga not going to pressure too deep as he might be caught right after the attack.
Well, both players still feeling each other out. There is the first graveyard from Hajime. The baby dragon is there to tank. There is a poison, 2 from Hajime down on the back. Some damage is getting done, but nothing major. 1831 on that tower. But Hajime still has not taken a single point of damage, but that is about to change.
Oh, just a little too early with that pull and did not get to have that activation.
Yeah, well, here is another ram. Battle ram coming in, does connect onto the goblin cage. That's all going to get cleaned up very nicely. No graveyard this time from Hajime with the knight up front, mainly because the musketeer is there to help clean it up from Wanga.
But you know the defense from Hajime on the top left was perfect when the graveyard was happening on the bottom right. So Hajime is still in control of the game, I would say. Wanga needs to find a hole, but it's going to be tough with that Ice Wizard and the Tornado.
Ooh, that play there, putting the Goblin Cage right at the front, blocking that Knight, making sure that nothing is there to tank for that graveyard. That is a 3000 IQ kind of reactionary play there from Wanga, making sure that that graveyard is much easier to defend with the 2 archers in the back.
Yeah, Wanga knew that was the perfect timing for the graveyard. Hajime just caught without the Knight. Skeletons did not do any damage, so he decides to keep that poison and use it on the bridge. Good timing.
Yeah, making sure to clean all that up, and this baby dragon's gonna pop over. No graveyard this time from Hajime, deciding to bank a little bit of that elixir and try to find another window, another opportunity where Wanga doesn't quite have so much here in defense.
As the bar barrel thrown out to the cycle is a little bit off for Hajime and also Wanga, so he wants to go hard on this push now as bar barrel is out. Second cage is out there.
Cage is such a good defensive card here against that battle ram, just making sure that nothing can kind of get past. There is another graveyard from Hajime. You see the archers played at the back. Poison only catches 1 of them, now 2 of them. The musketeer is there to help as well. 1375, so another couple hundred damage being ticked in, and Hajime just needs to hold on for another 40 seconds in this triple elixir time.
And he's doing really well with the defense because he's got that cage. The brawler is doing enough damage all the time against those barbarians from the battle ram. It attacks really slow from Wanga, so he doesn't really have any hold.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here. The brawler does decide to turn around, and now you have 2 brawlers on the defense, so that is going to get all cleaned up. And now Wanga desperately trying to pressure with these Royal recruits. Is he going to be able to get through the battle ram on the right-hand side? Distracted at the last second, basically doing a 3-point turn there to connect with that, and that is how you defend with this deck from Hajime. My goodness, what a defense. That is how you make a statement when you first get into CRL East.
First game, first win.
First game, first win, and you shut the door. You shut the door on your opponent.
Those defense with the cage, with the Baby Dragon Ice Wizard, like Tornado wasn't even needed by the end of the game. He was always saving that just in case he misses something, and then he has to drag the battle ram off the tower.
Yeah, just why he missed, I think early on he used it once, yeah, so he missed that tornado right at the beginning where he tried to activate the tower, the brawler gets a connection. Do you know how much damage after that Wanga managed to get into the tower? So after the brawler did his damage, how much more damage did Hajime take?
Maybe 1 more fireball?
It was 100 extra damage. So look here, 1976. It ends up at like 1840. It's ridiculous. Okay, the poison there to make sure that musketeer goes down.
Yeah, Hajime saved that poison because he knew that the graveyard right before was blocked by the cage.
Did it even take any extra damage? 1976. This was an interesting poison. Didn't quite get as much damage. More coming through from the poison than the graveyard. but still decent work getting done, and that's why you need to just chip away poison after poison. When you already have that lead and you've basically built a wall in front of yourself, I mean, what can you say?
I mean, that graveyard, yeah, I believe 3.5. Poison Baby Dragon Ice Wizard. Super quick in cycle. If you can get the cage in perfect position all the time to draw the battle ram like that, you're not going to be having a rough time. That was pretty hard counter right there.
Alright, so last time it was Graveyard from Hajime. What is he gonna bring up here against Higher? 57.7% win rate for Higher since the start of CRL East, I believe this data comes from. But, I mean, look at that 100% win rate for Hajime.
Oh.
That is impressive.
Just from one game, but going back to No Tilt, just within the last few days, Higher has been playing lots of different decks. Ram Rider, Royal Hog, Balloon Graveyard, you name it, just all the meta decks. You can basically, even Balloon Miner with the Bomb Tower and the Ice Golem that we don't really see too much. So just from those data, it's going to be hard to really predict.
Do you think Higher would have saved some decks, especially for today, or do you think that wouldn't play as much of an impact? Because there has been a lot more recent data on Higher, for example, to go and take a look at than someone like Hajime, someone like Expo Master, who I don't think Expo Master played much no-tilt, if any.
So it could be a totally different thing. Out of the team house, what you practice within the team, you might put that into your own 1v1, but you might totally not. So this data might be a distraction off from what the team has been practicing. So Hajime might be catching into the trap. Who knows what Higher can actually bring today.
Well, we're soon to get into this one. WEDGM, I like that green, man. I like the green on that jersey.
It's catchy. I mean, Higher has one thing that he hasn't really been playing too much is the lava, which everyone else basically has been playing a lot more. But it seems like Higher's off the lava.
Are we talking Lava Hound Barbarians?
Yeah, Lava Balloon Miner Barbarians, or even without the balloon, Lava Miner Cage Barbarians. Similar story.
We saw what happened last season when people were going Lava Hound and Barbarians.
They won against Goblin Giant Sparky all the time, which is still out there.
Exactly. Didn't do very well. It was kind of easily read, I think, last season. But if you're looking to trip up your opponents, you play in no-tilt, you show everything but a deck, and your opponents think, okay, he's not liking that deck right now, he's not going to play it, goes for something else. You go for that Lava Hound deck.
We'll see.
It will be interesting as we are soon to get in to WEDGM's Higher against Valve Gaming's Hajime. Hajime coming out with a excellent debut so far for a rookie player in this league. Will he be able to continue it and further surprise everyone and show just quite how horrifying Valve Gaming's roster is this season?
And that game one was pretty solid from Hajime. The defense mechanics right there was near perfect, except for the one tornado. But even without that activation, it was pretty clean.
I mean, that's like being someone marking a test and you mark someone down because they accidentally didn't make the capital L big enough. You know what I mean?
So Royal Hogs from Higher? Starting to feel a little more, yeah, with the Musketeer. We've seen it from No Tilt.
Could be. And from Hajime with the Night Poison and the Barb Hunt, it could be the Graveyard deck that's been knocking around. We'll see if we do get the Baby Dragon in there or if it's going to be Skeleton Dragons. Musketeer played as well.
After the bats, yeah, delivery, no more knockback, but still the damage is there, so it's one of, I would say, still not a bad spell. The damage itself is pretty good.
Yep. Green Spirit there healing up that Musketeer. And now that's a very full health, but fortunately Higher is full of elixir, and Hajime finding the window to drop down that Barb Hug.
Higher must be hiding this Fireball, Royal Hog. I think that's the last two. Hajime just waiting for that perfect moment for his own.
Yep. So I thought it was going to be the Graveyard deck up until the Musketeer and the Royal Delivery, so it does look as though it is going to be Royal Hogs from Higher.
Yeah, Graveyard's still available with the Royal Delivery.
Yep.
Seen it happen a few times at least.
So we We won't know until we see that final card because both these decks are looking very similar, so it could be a Royal Hog versus Royal Hog mirror matchup.
I'm leaning towards Graveyard for Hajime a lot more, even though it has a Heal Spirit.
Well, we'll see. One Royal Recruit there from the delivery gets 2 hits into that tower. 2, 3, 1, 4. And higher, expecting the Graveyard, puts the Barbarian Hut down in that corner. And then
it goes on the left.
It goes on the left. Hajime with the 9,000 IQ play. Everything getting done, and that tower is taking quite a bit of damage. Those Skeleton Dragons are also very, very low. That is how you eke out the tiniest of advantages. You just find that spot, and higher now has to drop another Bob Hut to try and block the Graveyard preempting.
Yeah, because the poison was down on the bottom left. Yeah, Hajime could not get that poison damage onto the bar bump on the bottom right, so Higher trying to use that as an advantage to distract them. Should I go left or right? I got my Royal Hog. Okay, Musketeer on the left, though.
I feel my eyes like splitting inside of my head right now, trying to watch this dual lane pressure that's coming here from Higher. Barb Hut on the bottom right has finished. Will we see him re-up that in that bottom corner? Will we see Hajime find that window and decide to actually push in with the Graveyard on that right-hand tower? We're going to have to wait and see. Fireball comes in to take out the Skeleton Dragons. Brief moment of respite here as the Musketeer takes out that Skeleton Dragon.
One more
Barbarians
spin
versus Barbarians. This might be the opportunity to go with the Graveyard on the right-hand side, but doesn't have the elixir quite yet, so holds off does Hajime.
Yeah, but still a lot more damage done on the bottom there. I think Hajime is going to keep on pressuring on the bottom left. Higher has no chance yet for those Royal Hog. He's been holding onto that card for some time already.
I mean, where are you going to find a break in Hajime's defense? This is the Great Wall of Japan right now. We've all heard of the Great Wall of China. Hajime is the Great Wall of Japan. No hut to distract, though. This might be a rare mistake from Hajime, not quite having enough to defend. He's got to get some more damage done now on that bottom left-hand tower if he's going to take this when we get into overtime. And these Barbarians are making connections on that top left for Higher, and Higher now takes the advantage.
Yep. Huts are all down. Higher has to be waiting for that moment. Now the Knight locked on by the Princess Tower. Skeleton Dragon in the air, but no poison yet. Now it's being thrown by Hajime. Catching Musketeer and but Heal Spirit healing them back up.
That great Barbarian barrel there to distract the Knight, making it walk back across the bridge, so the Graveyard had nothing to tank for it.
30 seconds.
Has to go in again. Do we have anything to distract the Knight? The Knight is walking up. The Larrys are there, but the poison and the Graveyard are getting quite a bit of damage, but the Hogs are coming in.
The Musketeer connected damage a little bit to the bottom left, but the Hut in defense mode. 30 seconds to go. Royal Delivery chunking the damage into those Royal Hogs. Higher, can he put out more damage, or is it going to be Hajime just winning game 2?
It looks as though game 2 is gonna be Hajime's. I don't think there's gonna be enough damage coming in there, and as we get down to the tiebreaker, Hajime making an absolute statement with this debut. 2-0. Fist bump there.
Wow.
From the coach. My goodness. Oz. I think it is Oz. That's still the... Yeah, it's Oz. So Oz with the fist bump. If you're Hajime and this is your first Clash Royale League, we talk about the nerves, we talk about how it can be disorientating for a player. To come out and just outplay 2 of last season's stronger 1v1 players from the Chinese region, Higher and Wanga.
From the second place team, and you're playing for the first place team that just won the season. To have that pressure, I mean, a little less of a pressure because you're going as the first player for King of the Hill, but still displaying this much of a skill in your first games. The season's going to be great for Five Gamer. I can already tell.
You can just feel it in the waters, can't you? Like, you have Hajime. If Hajime goes down next, who do you put in? Oh, I know. We'll put in our worst player. I don't know. Who do we have? Looking through the list, it's Jack and Expo Master. It's like, all right, well, we have
That's not the worst. It's the best.
But on Five Gaming,
I mean, who else can you find?
Their worst player is still insane. It's crazy how good this Five Gaming lineup are when it comes to 1v1 in King of the Hill.
I'm sure this is not what WEDGM has planned at all for the first day. I mean, that Graveyard, it's one of the less common combination with the graveyard, usually we see skeletons instead of the heal spirit, what Hajime has just played. But still, you could sort of read with that poison. Okay, it's gonna be graveyard. He's waiting for that double elixir time. I think he could pretty much tell. And Hire had some amazing moments, but some of his fireball not catching the extra dragon. He went greedy, trying to catch the musketeer on the side somehow, or the knight, and missed. He was trying to catch both rabbits at the same time. Missed both.
All right. Is it going to be graveyard 3 times in a row for Hajime? I know there are 2 different decks, but graveyard was the main win condition in both of those, I would say.
There's so many. Graveyard, there's some graveyard with the bowler, some graveyard with
old school
Valkyrie.
splash yard. Old school splash yard.
I actually like it. I actually like the bowler in the graveyard. It's a little heavier.
It gives me warm fuzzies when I see it, because it reminds me of like 2018.
I mean, just seeing bowler in competitive, it makes me feel good, you know?
Is it just because of the boom? Like that voice just...
Ooh.
Oh, it's so good. All right, so we do have Solomon. Solomon was one of the stronger players in this team. We all know and love the Solomon headshake. That's when he enters his mode. He ended up with 53% in total last season, but as you can see, 61.9 game wins in total in King of the Hill, I believe. Yeah,
The King of the Hill regular season 6-3.
6-3, 1-3 in the playoffs, which was kind of unfortunate for him. But in the 1v1s, he ended up 2-0 and 4-1 in terms of games. So I mean, that's 10-4 right there. That's where you get the 60%. And then if you include the playoffs, it goes up even higher. So I mean, the guy knows how to play Clash Royale, especially King of the Hill. That's where he excelled early on in the regular season.
Yeah, not just in King of the Hill. His 1v1 was also really great, especially in the playoff. He had a lot of wins for the team. He was actually the clutch player when we went down to best of 5 in the playoff last season. So I'm expecting a lot from Solomon, but the spotlight is on this player right now on your screen, Hajime. Hot debut, I would say.
Has there ever been a player who debuted as strong as this? I
can't recall a single player. It's just from CRL Asia or East.
I know Icelaw had an incredible debut when he started playing, but I can't remember if that was his very first game, and it definitely wasn't King of the Hill, because back then King of the Hill was the 3rd set. But it is now in this 2nd set, and Hajime, with the debut, could clean sweep WEDGM in the King of the Hill and take us to that 1v1. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. So we do see the Barb Barrel and the Heal Spirit and the Skeleton Dragons from Hajime.
Again, the Heal Spirit, but with the Barb Barrel this time.
What are you sensing over there,
we might be going away from Graveyard, maybe leaning towards RG a little more for Hajime.
That was the perfect trade between Skeleton Dragons right there.
Of course! They're not going to be biased. All the units are the same.
True blue, man. True blue. Okay. So Solomon is in blue at the bottom. Hajime is in red at the top. Both players just leaking elixir, trying to just feel each other out. Who's going to make the next move? Who has what in their hand to kind of cycle through?
Yeah, I think they're waiting, especially when you have your Fisherman in your hand. If you just drop it from the back, who knows what's going to happen?
Right. You're absolutely right. Fisherman at the back is one of the worst first plays if you don't know what your opponent's going for, because Giant Skeleton exists.
Yeah, this is basically the first play right now. You reveal a few cards, but Barb Barrel, I mean, there are lots of Graveyard Barb Barrel, but from what we have, what we're feeling with the Heal Spirit, RG a lot.
Yeah, there is that deck that goes around the Barb Hut with the Barb Barrel as well, with the Graveyard, but with the Skeleton Dragon Heal Spirit, with the Barb Barrel, it could be. I mean,
the moment we see like Fisherman or Hunter, I think we have a lot more idea of what's going to happen.
There is a Barb Hut here from Solomon. There is the Hunter, so it is looking like it is going to be RG. It could still be Graveyard, though. That is one of the more interesting points of the old Graveyard decks. When you see Hunter and Fisherman together, it is going to be the RG. All right, with the Fisherman plate that far behind it is going to be able to kind of clean up a little bit. There is the Knight. Fury comes in, good pull away. The Heal Spirit gets so much work done, but only one shot from that RG. There's a graveyard from Solomon. Will he be able to defend the Skeleton Dragons have to come in. Poison is down from Solomon as well. That's going to clean up the Hunter. The Barbarian is there, and that is a pretty tight defense there from Hajime.
Pretty good defense, and also the Heal Spirit at the end, keeping that Skeleton Dragon alive, led it to one more shot into the tower. I think that's totally worth it. Hajime's defense has been pretty clean this entire day.
We'll see what happens. Loads up with another RG. The RG does go into that Barbarian hut, which makes it very hard to find connections on the RG, but the Heal Spirit keeps it along that much longer. 2 shots in that time. The Fisherman pulls the Knight into the tower, loads up with another Fisherman. What a cycle there by Hajime, quickly getting through his deck.
Yeah, Knight was pretty weak already in health, so no graveyard this time from Solomon. Wants to focus on the defense as the Fisherman is still alive back there.
Another RG loaded up. When are we going to see the Heal Spirit? Heal Spirit is there, jumps across the bridge, heals everything up. I don't think the RG is going to get a shot in. Just one shot this time again. Sneaking these shots through is Hajime, and look at the defense, look at the pressure Hajime is putting on. Solomon decides to put that Barbar right up the front to make sure that these Barbarians get a hit. That makes it easier for that Heal Spirit to come in and get a heal. Doesn't play into effect this time, however. There we go, a graveyard from Solomon. Hunter played at the back, Barb Arrow comes through, Poison is there from Solomon. Is he going to get enough damage in? There are 50 seconds left.
Nice heal back right after in the middle of that graveyard. One of the Skeleton Dragon does go down, but still onto Hajime's side. Double that Fisherman pull. So the Barbarian's a little bit weaker. Solomon leaking elixirs at the moment. Wanted to have the perfect timing on that Royal delivery.
One shot in, the heal is there. There's 2 shots. Is it going to be 3? I think that might be tower down. 4-5-1 loads up with another Royal Giant here.
Oh, the Musketeer is down. Only with the HUD, this is going to be a hard defense. Right now, Solomon delivery comes down, but without the HUD.
1 shot in, 1 more is all it takes. Solomon throwing out a Hail Mary graveyard here. Will it work? Has Hajime overcommitted? He's taking quite a bit of damage from this Poison and the graveyard, but not enough for Solomon to take the victory. There is a Fireball, 25 HP remains. Hajime.
What a day for Fob Gaming. 3-0.
Your rookie player comes in to King of the Hill and 3-0s WEDGM. You have no right, Fob Gaming, no right at all to be doing that.
I can already see all of his teammates in the back of the room just having a good time.
I could just imagine Jack and Expo Master put the slippers back on. They're just like, I'm done for the. What have we got to do? Just leave him in for the 1v1 set.
I mean, it's still 1v1. Whoever's playing that 1v1 gotta go, but the rest of the members, oh, they can stretch their legs right now.
If I'm Jack or Expo Master, I'd be already halfway out the door. I'd be on my way home, just like Hajime do it.
This is. Okay, the match is not over. It's set point 1-1. We're going to 1v1. Yeah, best of 3 very soon, but even before that, I can already tell that Fob Gaming has done a great job on this pickup. Possibly the best player that we can have for the season.
A lot of people are arguing Moogie is even better. And if
That's
Moogie,
what I heard too.
If Moogie can come out and make a statement as big as Hajime has done.
If Moogie's better than Hajime, I don't know what's going to happen.
It's going to be insane. Like, Hajime just built a wall continuously. I believe, okay, if we add the amount of damage WEDGM did in each of these games against Hajime, I still don't think Hajime loses the tower.
Yeah, and also, it's not just that did WEDGM, their roster for King of the Hill, they did run into some counter, but not that hard after game 1. Game 1 hard counter, of course. After Battle Ram, you can't really go in after with the cage with that quick of a cycle in defense. But game 2 and 3, I think Higher and Solomon, they had a chance, but Hajime was in control from the beginning till the end. That was pretty scary.
That was a master defensive class, and I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Hajime played out of his mind. But then you look at his player cam and he's just like, well, it's just a normal Saturday.
Wait, you grew beard.
You didn't notice this before?
Are you trying to go up there right now
I am.
on the castle?
I'm aiming to cosplay as the king when I get the chance by the end of the season. That's my goal. My beard doesn't grow that fast, unfortunately. But Hajime takes out Wonga, Hire, and Solomon. And if you're Fav Gaming, you have the biggest of headaches. Who do you put out for the 1v1?
If you're insane, put Hajime. Put Hajime on that 1v1. I mean, they have done their practice. You know it's going to be the best. I think 1v1, it just comes down to the last 2 days. Scrim results. Let's see who's the best. When you have best of 3s, okay. If you have the best score, just go on.
I mean, you could keep the hot seat, basically. Hajime just proved he's on fire. Why not let him just turn into the sun? You know, like, let him blaze up on that chair. Let him continue in the 1v1. But then you look at WEDGM, and you're expecting
Solomon or higher, I would say.
Solomon or higher? I mean, Solomon 2-0.
Maybe Peas. He also had his some of these days on 1v1 set.
1v1 set, it was 1-0. He won 2-1 in the 1v1 he did. Solomon was 2-0, finished 4-1. Higher was 2-1, 4-3. I'd say it's between Solomon and Higher. And I'd want to go Solomon. I think Solomon would be a good choice. I mean, both are good choices. Both are great choices. I mean, it's WEDGM.
It's tough. What do you pick if you're the coach?
Well, here we have the 1v1 player standing. Solomon sitting at the top with 80%. Only 5 games played. Expo Master 13-5 with 70%. That's the kind of player you want in there. Jack with 60%. 6-1. Yeah, 6-1, I believe. This includes, I believe, King of the Hill, which is why the numbers are different between the two. Look at that, 72.2%. Expo Master is insane. Last season, he was insane. Season before, Expo Master had a very bad full season for CRL Asia last year.
And then he moved up over to Bob Excel.
Yeah. So he went from Kingzone Dragon X to OPGG, and then moved to Fav Gaming. But, I mean, the last season or two, Expo Master didn't have very good. And that is a beautiful bedspread by Expo Master. But I gotta admit, I have the same bed frame.
I mean, I gotta say, Toy Story, one of my best movies, too.
I thought they were flowers! I thought they were flowers. I didn't realize it was Buzz Lightyear. Oh my god.
To infinity, man.
All right, in terms of game rooms, Expo Master, I think, wins this hands down. Flower bedspread, Toy Story border around the wall, you can't beat that. All right, so it is going to be Higher versus Expo Master. This is going to be absolutely nuts. We can see here that Expo Master will literally play everything in the kitchen sink. However, his elixir cost distribution does not equal 100%.
Yeah,
that's 110%. That's just how many games he's played. 50%, 50%, 10%.
And for a very long time, he did not play Expo himself. He went against Expo a few times, like Line, but actually did not have the best result on his own, even though he's the master.
I don't think he didn't play Expo at all last season, I think.
No, not last season. Last year, maybe a couple of times.
Let's be honest, he's no longer the Expo Master, or he's mastered it so much he doesn't need to use it
he's
anymore.
Himself.
He just channels it through. But whatever. We finished talking rubbish. It is going to be Higher for WEDGM, a blue in the bottom of the screen, and Fav Gaming's Expo Master in red at the top. What are we going to see? Both players just feeling each other out here. They can't take a sneak peek at each other, unfortunately, since they're
of course.
a million miles away from each other.
They're quite thousands of kilometers away, of course. Higher has been focusing a lot more, of course, on the meta decks, Graveyard especially. And just to note that down, on a random fact for Higher, he was born on New Year's Day, January 1st.
Nice, 1997. Makes him 22.
Well, we have some time to just Panther.
I easily know that because I was born in 1987. I'm an old man.
Congrats. I don't know what else to say.
Peas is the oldest player on WEDGM in 1989. And then we look at the baby team that is Fav Gaming. I don't even want to mention what years they were born. It makes me feel old. 98, 2000.
Yeah, Kenzumeshi is the oldest.
Hajime is the youngest, at 2002.
And just to mention, you got to be over 16 to come into the league and play. Like even last year, I remember Gerald, he was not 16 in the middle of the season, so he came in after being 16 in the middle of the season. Was it Gerald? I believe so.
I know TNT was one of those players at one point.
TNT
TNT
sure.
a couple of years ago. Yeah, Gerald turned 16 this year. This year.
Yeah, in the
Early
middle of
this
the
year.
season.
April 17th. If anyone wants to send him some birthday cards next season.
So,
Snowball comes out just before the 1 minute mark. We finished playing footsie. We finished looking around, and there is the giant skeleton.
Is it with the balloon, or we've seen one parallel with the Hog Rider. There's the balloon.
It is the balloon. Hill Spirit comes in. Skeleton Dragons are there. The Miner to take out the Musketeer. Fireball comes in. That balloon is well defended.
Not bad for the Bandit.
No damage taken at all there for Expo Master. What force fields are Fav Gaming employing this game?
Just the snowball damage on the bottom left. That's it. And Bandit's actually a very surprising card, but Expo Master's favorite card that he does like to customize a lot.
There is the Hoggies. The Hunter is there. The Fisherman is there. But a bit of bite damage here. The Hunter slow on the pickup. 2-1-8-0 remaining. Giant skeleton on the left, but the balloon coming down on the right. Musketeer. The Miner taking away the Baby Dragon's focus here. Snowball comes in, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to take one drop. Is it going to be two? No. 1688 remain with the death damage. Knocks him down to
Yeah, just one with some blocks from the Mega Knight. Expo Master wants to push a little bit more with those Royal Logs. It's done a couple hundred more, but it seemed like it was supposed to do a little bit more than that.
Yeah, the Miner distracting the Skeleton Dragons was absolutely the right play there for higher. But this balloon...
It was going to be hard to connect, but he wanted to have the net damage connect for sure. And the delivery, do some damage, but it's not perfect.
A lot of damage coming in that time for Expo Master. 1173 remain. And that Hunter Fisherman combo is just mopping the floor up here. Mega Knight comes in to block everything at the front. Miner is going to try to take out the Musketeer. I don't think it's going to be able to do it this time around, especially with that Mega Knight leaping all the way back.
And Expo Master had a good read, had sent the Bandit right next to him so that the Musketeer survives.
Yep, 937. Expo Master does take a little bit of a lead. There's a Fireball to take out the Hunter.
Plus the damage onto the tower and didn't connect down to 706. The bridge fight.
All cleaned up.
Yeah, being won by Expo Master. That Bandit actually being sort of a trouble for higher.
Well, here is a balloon, the Miner there to distract. Fireball just to buy a little bit of extra time.
The pull.
That pull was insane, but still with the Skeleton Dragons blocking that balloon.
20 seconds.
Cleaning up. It all comes down to this. 706 remain on Higher's tower in this first game of a best of three. Miner coming in. It's going for the tower this time, not for the Musketeer. 808, 760 against 706. Fireball comes in, and that is that. Expo Master taking game one here.
Feeling a little satisfied. Having that little ceremony on his own.
Was that
a mini ceremony?
I think that was a dab trying to come through there for Expo Master, and he had to remind himself that dabs are no longer hit. Because that used to be his thing. He used to dab on his opponents, and I think it was like, I'm going to do it. No,
yeah, the mini dab.
Higher losing here, game one. Expo Master, that was a very, very tight affair.
Yeah, with those Royal Logs, we don't really see Bandit, but it's a customized Expo Master version. Royal Log Mega Knight.
The Bandit actually did make quite a difference too.
Yeah, instead of Fisherman just having that Bandit right there, instead of having Fisherman pull a lot of other units, make sure the Bandit is just going all over the place and doing some single target damage with those dashes. Worked like a charm this game.
Yep. Well, that's game 1. Game 2, are we going to see something similar to this Royal Hogs deck with that Mega Knight? That's going to be an interesting tale to tell soon. But look at this balloon sneaking through here. Did get the 1 drop after the snowball. I think that was it. I don't think much else got through here. For a while anyway. 1,000 damage left when we take it back up 40 seconds later. Everything and the kitchen sink coming through here, cleaning it up. The Hogs got quite a bit of damage in that push.
Yeah, balloon, giant skeleton fisherman with the royal delivery. No building in this deck. That's the reason why with the giant skeleton and the royal delivery, you're supposed to win the bridge war. But when there's the bandit off-timed against you when you want to have your balloon go through, it was really hard to control that bridge from higher side.
Absolutely. Bridge control being very important in game 1. Is it going to be as important in game 2?
Yes.
Or are we going to see something a little different?
I mean, already mentioned that Chinese players like to run lots of Royal Logs right now, but we have just seen what happened against what Expo Master has brought. Just going back to the classic meta and maybe with some of your combination, just going off meta, I think is the answer.
Or going for the ultimate cheese play of E-Golem with the heal,
with the rage.
Yeah.
The double heal rage E-Golem.
Double dragon with the E-Golem, with the battle healer. Oof.
I mean, we've seen it happen, and I mean, they lost both games in no tilt that I watched from the East only.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. Higher not having the best of weeks, it has to be said. He ends up just narrowly missing multiple times qualification into the no-tilt final stage, stage 3 I think it was. Now he's 0-2 on the day in terms of games. Is he gonna be able to turn it around? I mean, the guy is a great player, but it's just finding it difficult to win a game. Higher in blue at the bottom for WEDGM against Expo Master for Fav Gaming in red at the top.
Archer Graveyard with the bomb tower from higher side. I think that's a solid pick to just go back to what you were good at. You won a lot of games just a couple of days ago.
We'll see. Skeleton Dragon split at the back for Expo Master. Going to clean up, does take quite a bit of damage early on here from the archers, but nothing critical.
Maybe back to RG for Expo Master.
There's a graveyard here for Higher. And that knight is going to tank quite a bit here. The Barbarian Barrel seems to completely miss every single Larry and taking so much damage. 1170. Phil, there was a bit of skeleton matrix going on there when that barrel came in because it seemed like none of them got taken out.
Yeah, the 3 left that were already stuck on the tower was not taken down by that barrel. Too much damage already done by Higher, so Expo Master. He wants to collect Spirit Bomb all the way from the back. Is it gonna work? There's that bomb tower.
We've taken a lot of damage from that Mega Minion already.
1.
Just 2, 1. Just the 1 hit. That Hunter stayed alive forever, though. Roughly even in Elixir here. Just have to eat a little bit of damage to keep that. And there's a Royal Giant at the bridge. Heal Spirit should be not far behind, healing it back up, but with that, nothing getting done there with one single skeleton. The Mega Minion and the Bomb Tower just shut the door on that Royal Giant. And the skeleton actually is getting quite a few hits in there. That is a hero skeleton.
67 each, man. I mean, Expo Master, I don't think he really cared about top left too much. As Higher still focusing with that poison onto the right side only.
Is it time for Expo Master to sack the tower and just go all in on the right?
I think he defends first and heal it back up with the Heal Spirit pretty well on the right, and then just surprise RG on the left side. I think that's Might be his winning condition.
Does choose to defend this one with the Skeleton Dragons and the Barb Barrel. Heal Spirit comes in to try and keep everything alive, but again, critical damage getting taken here.
Down to 467 on that top.
Missed the Barb Barrel. Barb Barrel went right over the heads of the archers there, I believe, only taking damage from the tower. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. Expo Master making some uncharacteristic mistakes in this game, and it looks as though it might be over 200 left. A couple of hits here, and a poison will be enough, and there we have it!
If I are switching over to his classic, the meta deck with the Graveyard, as we could tell. It seemed with that first Graveyard and the Barbarian Barrel just missing those few skeletons, actually I believe 3 were stuck.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Absolutely painful.
Absolutely good spawn right there for Hire to have a massive, massive lead before the double elixir time. So I think after that moment, Expo Master was sort of in a panic mode.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristically flustered. But we've seen time and time again, Expo Master rarely wins games 2-0. So, but, I mean, look at that, 3.1, both players playing the same-ish kind of cycle. You gotta give it to Graveyard against the RG here, though. I mean, yeah. Here we see, the Hunter here took quite a while, and we saw that Barb Barrel was misplaced, playing too far on the right-hand side. Missed the skeletons, and just look at the damage getting taken.
Yeah, 3 skeletons already attached to the tower before the heal spirit came down. Ooh.
It's rough. That poison gets so much value with the skeletons and the fisherman going down.
And these skeleton dragons actually does not survive the poison even after. Yeah, one goes down before the heal, the second one chopped down from the archer.
And I mean, it was just over at this point, 200 left. You know you're going to get a couple of good hits in here. You can tell by the Graveyard positioning, put it on right on that right-hand side, so the circle has less room to spawn. So you kind of force the skeletons to spawn right on the tower, trying to get that hit. With that poison, it would be enough. Of course, since the changes, 1 poison is not enough anymore to deal 200 damage. You have to poison just a little bit extra.
Yeah, a lot less than 200 now. So the spell damage, you got to take it into account at level 9. 184.
If our math is correct. If I wrote down the right numbers today.
Yeah, it's been a while since I was in elementary school, you know.
Math is hard, boys and girls. Especially when you get up to our age, you know, it starts to slip away.
Our age? What are you talking about?
Are you forgetting that you're in your 30s as well, Chico?
No one needs to know that, okay?
All right, game 3 will soon be upon us. Hire versus Expo Master. Who's gonna take it here? WEDGM won the 2v2 2-1. Hajime on his debut 3-0'd in the King of the Hill. He beat Wonga, he beat Hire, he beat Solomon. And now we're down to the 1v1 set between these two teams. Hire versus Expo Master. Expo Master took game 1. Hire takes game 2. And now it all depends on this.
Expo Master usually clutching it at the end, leading Bob to a victory. But after the downfall, I think Hire's back up again just from the game that we had, game 2 from set 3. So let's see if he goes for that Graveyard again. Archer is less likely combination. Usually we have a lot more Musketeer combo. But Archer worked like a charm in that game, so maybe he's going to be using it again. Hire does not do that too many times, but this seems like a moment where you can try the same thing twice.
Then the problem is you bring Graveyard twice, there is always the chance that your opponent just completely
Or just switch to, if you think Expo Master is going to bring Graveyard, which I don't think he's going to use Graveyard. He's not the type of player who uses Graveyard.
I mean, we all change over the years, you know, like it's been a couple months.
That's true.
No, it's going to be
a bait
barrel coming in here. Are we going to see a double barrel here, or is it just going to be lock bait? What are we going to see in this one? The skeleton barrel comes out relatively soon. It is that double barrel variant.
I think we have skeleton everything. Skeleton barrel, dragon, skeletons. We have the guards, which is skeletons with shields.
I remember seeing.
What else?
There was a post on Reddit, and that they did like the skeleton family tree, and guards was like your rich uncles or something, your rich cousins.
Yeah, they also have helmets.
Yeah, it's like that's your rich cousins.
That's funny.
Which is your strange aunt?
Oh, yes.
That was your strange auntie.
Oh, higher. The knight.
Again, with the knight could be a multitude of decks. Knight Barrow doesn't really indicate one deck over the other, but with poison.
Yeah, graveyard. I would say 90% or higher now.
Is a fisherman from Expo Master. Bringing it into the middle there, so both towers can clean that up. And there is the Barbarian Hut. So it is going to be that Barb Hut Knight Poison Graveyard variant here from higher with the Baby Dragon, or is it going to go for the Skeleton Dragon? That is going to be a question here. And RG coming down from Expo Master.
RG to get those Hut down. Royal Delivery is ready, but RG did get a single shot into that tower. Not too bad. Not too shabby for Expo Master to start things off.
From this Musketeer. Okay, it is going to be Baby D from higher here. Skarmy is an interesting choice for Expo Master with this RG. It's not that common, right? To see Skarmy in a deck in professional.
Well, RG games. Plus Goblin Barrel itself is not too common already. And they're double baits with the Skarmy sometimes, or just Goblin Barrel with the Skarmy.
Took one hit there from the 92183. That does put Expo Master behind by a couple hundred.
This is going to be the key, how higher uses that poison to delete that princess or not. I think that poison has to be kept.
What spell is Expo Master running with this?
No spell.
No spell.
Might be totally possible with that Skarmy there.
Royal Giant isn't going to get any hits in on the tower here. Shut down instantly. There's the Mega Knight. So it is 0 spell from Expo Master. Perhaps taking inspiration from very, bottom ladder. Maybe deciding no spell is the way forward in life.
Yeah, now Hire's in trouble with that princess on the left. RG pushing through on the right. Royal Delivery does come, but has to drop a lot, and it's still not perfect defense already. And more troops are coming through that bridge.
You got 2 Musketeers and the Royal Giant.
One locks on.
That. Oh my god, both lock on. 1664, 1 locked on, but still, look at that. The Skarmy getting all that damage to him. 1793, 1664.
Yeah, the left side, the most of the damage actually came from the princess, which Hire could not handle until he put down that knight.
This is absolutely insane from Expo Master. What is this deck?
Switching things through, allowed Hire a little bit of an easier poison to delete that Skeleton Dragon plus the princess on the back, so this is actually good news for him.
Yeah, Hire gets a lot of value and takes a pretty commanding elixir lead, but Skarmy is pretty good at shutting all of that down.
Oh, delivery just a little too late.
Yeah, does take 1 step from each of those goblins there.
You can get that delivery timing the moment you use it the moment you see that goblin barrel.
This Royal Giant isn't going to get any hits on the tower this time, and shut down is the Goblin Barrel. But look at that, clean up nicely.
35 seconds and Hire's only been putting poison damage. Basically, he needs a game-changing graveyard, and there it is, but without the poison.
Yeah,
coming in his hand soon.
The Skarmy all decides to walk forward. There is the poison finally in hand there for Hire. The damage is getting done, and no hit there from the RG. Little bit more defense. Expo Master, will he be able to do this? That is the question. With the Musketeer there defending this graveyard, it looks as though it might be good. There's a poison. Is it going to be enough? I think he needs a hit or 2 more to be able to finish this. And that is that Expo Master.
By 104,
as close
I think.
as it could be. 96 and 89.
Less than 100 on both. On top of your screen, Expo Master taking the final game. Bob Gaming, again.
That could not have been closer. Both towers, 2 digits. My My Fav Gaming, though, well played to you. You have taken a great victory there against last season's second place. The champions are still the champions.
Yes.
Play by the last winner.
Yeah, not best of 5, but still, this was a heck of a match. King of the Hill, big surprise about Expo Master coming back. Well, I mean, we've seen Mega Knight RG combination, but with the Goblin Barrel, this was surely a mix on his own. And Higher, he also had a pretty good chance with those poison, checking in some damage. But the problem was the Mega Knight. Nothing could actually cross the bridge and lock onto the princess.
Yeah, and I mean, just... I don't know what to say about this deck from Expo Master. Like, nothing makes sense,
aggressive.
but everything makes sense at the same time, yeah.
It's aggressive, and how well you keep your princess alive, making sure you are going left and right.
Yeah, them getting the stabs there was massive, but look at that. 89 and 96. 3 wins, Hajime MVP.
Totally.
I don't think you can argue with that. Hajime.
No one in the world can argue with this.
Anyone out there who doesn't think Hajime deserves MVP after this, you need to see a doctor, because I think there might be something wrong with you.
You need to become a doctor. That's the next level. I mean, debut stage, King of the Hill, bring down experienced players from WEDGM, Wanger Higher Solomon.
And like, Higher and Solomon have been around the scene for CRL for quite some time. They were in 2018 spring season Higher. Solomon, I think, joined in the 2018 fall season. Storied team, WEDGM second, third, second. That's just Solomon's win rate. And then you include, it's just insane. I've run out of things to say. It's just, what a debut for Hajime in this tournament.
And I think we go straight into break, guys. Wait for us, because we got 2 more matches just like this. It might just be a little better than this, or it might just be at the same level. We're going to take that short commercial break, and when we come back, 2 more matches for the day.
and welcome back to Clash Royale League East full season. We just witnessed one of the greatest debuts I think we have ever seen in Clash Royale League East and I want to say West. Hajime comes out the gate, shuts the door behind him, and leaves WEDGM to die with zombie infected, I don't know, whatever's outside. Because seriously, that was a performance from Hajime against Wonga, Hire, and Solomon.
I mean, that his defense, solid, and Clash Royale, if your defense is good, just go ahead, do whatever you want. If your tower's not going down in any shape or form, you can only win. You know, if you have the best goalie in the world, you can never lose. It felt like that with his
really
gameplay.
Did. I mean, he just took very little damage. I think, so I went back through and kind of quickly caught up. He would have just about lost one tower if you combine the damage of all 3 games together. He would have just about lost one tower.
If you combine all 3 games.
All 3
against
games.
WEDGM.
Yeah. That is an impressive start. I am excited to see what is going to happen after this, especially with Hajime, Jack, and Expo Master on one team.
Okay, I know the hype for Fob, but I think it's time to move.
We have to talk about the next team.
Yes, I can't wait.
All right.
I cannot wait. I mean, Fob, let's wait and see how well they're going to do throughout the season. That's 1 win, WEDGM. We went down to the last game. It was pretty tough. But we have a lot more matches, a lot more teams. And I do want to talk about Nova, who surprisingly went down pretty early in the playoff last season.
They finished bottom in the regular season.
No one expected that.
No, they propped up the table with Elsiop, Little Chen, and Beaking, who is now called Rain. Then we get to the playoffs, and it's like, well, it doesn't matter. The regular season didn't count. Like, everyone goes to the playoffs. They then get eliminated instantly.
Ouch.
It was a bad season, but we have to talk about Nova Esports' summer dealings because...
And then they had a roster apocalypse.
They basically vacuumed up as much talent as they could. What the heck was that? They vacuumed up as much talent as they could. They got AUK and D-King from TTG.
And plus CRS.
And plus CRS, who's had a spectacular showing in some of the academy leagues, in some of the semi-pro kind of base leagues. I don't know how much of a role CRS is going to play in this because in America, like, we're in Asia.
Yes.
It's currently almost 8 o'clock. It's 7:50. In America, it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It is going to be a rough time for those players from the Americas to play in this region.
Yeah, time zone. I mean, a lot of gamers stay until the dawn. I used to do that for like 10 plus years. Anyhow,
it shows.
So it doesn't really matter. But in terms of your gameplay, it can affect you, you know? Especially if you have something else during the week and then only for the weekend if you have to change your rhythm all of a sudden. It can affect you, but it's going to be up to the professional level that this player. And Nova Esports, they have brought this many players. Great players from a lot of places. But do you think it's going to be too many captains on a single boat?
It very well could be. And I don't think it's much about the captains. I think it's about the performances. Lil Chen and Elsiop last season just did not perform. Elsiop, 28% win rate. Lil Chen, 35% win rate. They did not perform at all. The only one who did is Rain, who had a 53% win rate overall. But we can see here 2 wins and 6 losses. Talon finished 4 and 5. So they finished 6th overall, I believe.
Yeah, and gotta talk about Talon as Gerald kicked in the middle of the season, pushing a player into the coach. Hal moved on to the coach line. The line as a player plus Blizzard were pretty good. One Crown doing not bad, not that good, but Gerald kicked in. At the beginning, it seemed like he was doing all right, but later on...
No, it was the other way around. He had a very rough start, but in the playoffs, he kind of kicked it up a notch. Because he went 1 and 3 in the regular season, but then went 4 and 1 in the playoffs. However, I'm going to say, take a look at Gerald in this picture here. then take a look at the picture that we have of Gerald in the team thing. It is a different person.
Remember this picture, guys, with the glasses? This is from the last season. And
Gerald,
then we're going to have an updated
if we get to see it.
Camera.
If we get to see it, the updated picture of Gerald took us by surprise. We were like, who's this new player? That's not Gerald. What's going on? Who's this? Like, we have nothing about Team Timing buying up players in the summer, and then it's like, oh wait, it's
Same
Gerald.
roster.
But it is going to be AUK and LCOP.
AUK with LCOP. This is a combination that I can't really expect, but they're both great players. I mean, AUK's 1v1 has been always great, and LCOP, I think this might be a really good transition.
I mean, these two have been teammates for the longest of times. I think was it 2019 full season?
I remember 2018 back in Nova.
2018, they won together.
Yeah, in
twice.
Spring and fall.
Yeah. No, they won 3 times. Spring, fall season. Oh, because they won Worlds together.
Yeah, the
too.
World, that also counts.
They won Worlds together. Then AUK decided to branch out and go his own way and came second with LGD. Last season, it was very much AUK was the better player throughout the season. We saw Line and 1 crown for Talon, and they are living together, I believe, only on the weekends.
Yep, only on the weekends. They do have the team house, and they're going back and forth from their house. Let's see, we do have the band cards, Tornado.
All right, Royal Recruits banned here for Talon. Huh. I guess you don't want anything that will clog up the lane too much. And that is what the Royal Recruits do.
Yeah, body both of the bridge, and then you send something in the air, or something like the miner or the barrel, because oftentimes you expect that tornado to be banned.
Yeah. Alright guys, just a reminder, we do have a live audience over there in the Shanghai studios. But remember, they are taking as many precautions as they can with the current pandemic going around. They're in masks, there's social distancing there, they're all getting their temperatures checked before the beginning.
Exactly.
There's a lot of precautions going into this. Normality is kind of important. Shanghai has done a pretty good job so far of keeping their numbers down, so that is why it has opened. So yeah, that's what we're doing here. And it is going to be AUK LCOP line versus Crown Blue. For Nova and for Talon, they are in red at the top.
Let's see what they focus. We've seen a lot of giant skeleton focusing towards the bridge, but for no really focusing a lot on the balloons.
We haven't seen much of the Royal Giant
Firecracker, which is basically a King Tower activator.
Which generally means you want Royal Giant. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as you see Firecracker, you have to assume that there's going to be
the long
Giant.
The Ewis comes down towards the bridge side, but the giant skeleton pulled again. Nice.
That's just going to clean up everything in that middle. That is really good for Talon here.
And not bad for Nova too. They got to check what the wind condition is from Talon.
What are Nova going to do with this? There is a Goblin Cage for them. His neck.
Nova, they can still go Royal Hog, even in 2v2. This combination I can see happening. Their own Royal Giant on the left immediately, and there's that Lumberjack.
That Royal Giant healed up with that Heal Spirit, but still being deleted here. 2014 remaining. A bit of extra damage getting done. The Ewis Fisherman interaction is one of my favorites in the game.
Yeah, Fisherman always loses. And there's that Firecracker defense in 2v2. Certainly a good card, so the Fireball does come down.
Still a lot of damage getting taken. The Brawler sneaks in front of the RG here. Is there anything to distract? No, there is not. The Hunter is there. And it's deleted. And that is big for Talon here. They're going to get so much damage with this Royal Giant, Lumberjack, and Barbarian. That tower is out of there.
That cycle from Nova was 100% read by Talon right there. Barbaro immediately Heal Spirit, Lumberjack right behind. They gotta come back. It's not impossible, but it's gonna be tough.
Yep, Fisherman taking quite a bit of damage here. It is all good. 826 remaining. Giant Skeleton pulled towards the center. RG connects onto the Goblin cage. Is it gonna get a shot? No, it is shut down before, but that is gonna be easily cleaned up by the tower. Do they sacrifice the left-hand side? No.
Cage immediately blocked, but heals and not bad, so the E-Wizard has to come down again, laying all that attack, and on time ticking down, 5 seconds left. Talon, I think they got it exactly.
Yeah, they know it. They put down their devices already. 654, they could have sacrificed the tower, maybe gone into the other side, but that would have been a massive, massive risk.
I know this was a talk before the broadcast, Simon, that you are having some worries about Nova Esports 2v2.
Yeah,
What do you think after watching game 1?
Not the tightest 2v2 I think we've seen so far. That was... It looked good, it had moments, but not the tightest of 2v2s. I have issues with Nova in general. I'm not sure, like...
In terms of their performance, right?
Performances, yeah. If you're gonna grab as much talent as possible with Elsiop playing the way he has been, he is a legend of the scene. He is one of the most decorated players in the game that still plays right now. Recently, special season, he was not great. He has to make a splash now.
Yeah. I believe we're gonna take a look at the replay little, maybe even with the voice from Nova's side. But in terms of how they used Heal Spirit from both sides, a little better in timing for Talon. Plus the spells were just on point for Talon, a little more better prediction, I would say. Yeah, Bar Barrel right after.
So the Hunter comes down, then the Lumberjack and the Bar Barrel deletes it before it even gets a shot, and that was just murder, she wrote. That tower had no chance of surviving that.
And that was important because of the Fireball deleting that Firecracker, Nova wanted to chip in some more damage, which led to that situation, not having enough elixirs for defense.
Do you think it was a positional mistake with the Hunter? Maybe they should have put it somewhere else, or was that just the
No, I think it was a good save from Talon to have that big push, and they basically knew, okay, Nova doesn't have enough elixirs for defense, and then let's go for that perfect timing. So Nova, they were just caught losing a lot of elixirs beforehand. It wasn't just the situation that we saw with the replay. It stacked up from the...
It stacked up a few, right? Interactions before, yeah. Okay. Game 2 is coming up. AUK and Elsiop as a 2v2 pairing. They're going to find it a little bit difficult to get some purchase in here. What do you think? Do you think they're going to be able to gel together? Because this is the thing. We see a lot of the other teams already have well-established connected pairs. Valve Gaming still have theirs from the Asia days. Line and One Crown played together on OGN. I mean, a lot of the 2v2s have been around for a while. Is AUK and Elsiop, as great as they are they going to be able to dominate now?
I think that combination of what they had and how aggressive they were fell into the trap of Talon, where they wanted to save up early game a lot more for that one big push. If AUK and Elsiop would, if they were able to feel that after game 1, have that as a feedback to come back into game 2, I think they can totally make it happen again. But if they didn't really feel that and they couldn't really come up with a conclusion or the reason why they lost game 1, they might be going down 2-0 today.
Well, we're gonna have to see what happens. It is gonna be AUK and Elsiop in blue at the bottom of the screen, looking to get a win and take us to a game 3 in this 2v2 against Talon's One Crown and Line.
Talon might be trying exactly the same from game 1 mode. Never mind, Lava immediately.
Skeleton and Skeleton Dragons. It's the Skelly Boys coming down on that right-hand side. Do Talon have enough here to distract this Giant Skeleton again? Snowball comes in, that doesn't push it away though.
Oh, the cage did.
Cage did. That could have been worse.
Yeah, just in time pushed it away from the death damage. And the Lava Hound on the bottom with nothing else. Yeah, Hunter's going to be okay.
Yep, healed back up pretty decently there, but still some damage being taken. There is the RG from Nova now. What is going to happen here? There is a Dark Hearts first time today.
Ooh, Fireball right before the Heal Spirit. Nice catch from Nova.
And that Royal Giant, look at all the damage. I think they just sacked this. They have no chance of cleaning this up before that tower goes down. Well, well, well. We were asking, what can Nova do? What can AUK and LCOP do?
Yeah, not just in 2v2. Well, similar story in 1v1. You know that Fireball is going to come down very likely near that Skeleton Dragon, so you need to either place your Heal Spirit a little faster or away from that zone. Great read by Nova there.
This is the answer we were looking for Nova to come back super strong in this 2v2. This is kind of a scary push coming down here.
Yeah, Gen Skeleton on the bridge, making sure Lava Hound is alone without that backup unit.
Loading up with another Lava Hound at the back is Talon here.
Yeah, Nova on a defensive mode right now, making sure they can survive for the next 45 seconds.
Recharge with more Skeleton Dragons. This is a big all or nothing push here for Talon. 2 Lava Hounds. All the pups coming in. Another Fireball. Ewiz coming down. Dark Prince trying to do what it can. Another set of Skeleton Dragons, and that is that. I don't think they're going to be able to build up another push. We already have the Royal Giant here. Connecting, getting so much damage. The Fisherman's even getting in on the action here. 2-4-2. Poison is gonna take it down. 2 rounds for AUK and LCL. We were asking between game 1 and game 2, we were like, what can Nova do? They're not looking the greatest. They haven't had the greatest run. That is what they can do. That is the Nova. That is the AUK and LCL that we know can play. Can they start doing it consistently?
Yes, aggressive, but with the save that they do at the beginning, and look for that sharp angle where they can poke in for the Crown Tower to be down. This is the play that we have been waiting. Game 1, it looked nothing like what we expected, and in just a minute or two, they came back strong within that time. And basically the exact same deck from game 1. From Nova's side, they make it work, of course, against a different combination of cards from Talon's side, but it could have been worse.
Could have been. Nova looked great. Talon in that game.
我下个牢笼了先。
countered.
好。
Hard countered, would you say?
Yeah, I would say with the Giant Skeleton.
我顶家狙吧。
Can't really line
别
up
出
the
家狙了吧，
backup units
防守吧。
behind that Lava
你
Hound.
下过可以，滚一下。好。
Your air units sort of can, but most of the time it's manipulated by or pretty much damaged to low health.
挡一下。猎人截一下他。
Unless your heal spirit like lands on like the perfect exact moment.
我砸个火球吗？可以。我不急，我不急。
Yeah,
我
this
现在打。
heal spirit
挡一下。
Talon right there looked really good about that fireball. Leading the
我再补一个吧。
skeleton dragon.
下家狙
plus
了，
the
直接
lava
点
hound after. Did not really
小
help
骷髅
them too
有
much.
吗？我挡一下。可以。
They sound so calm, but so like shouty at the same time.
好。皇冠。
I'm just digging listening to this. No reaction when they get that final second tower.
Yeah, they already know. They already knew that they won.
That's how you know they're professional. It's like, oh, I'll just take 2 crowns. Give everyone an extra crown in fantasy, and I won't do anything.
I have AUK, so I'm totally up for this.
Well.
Well, if you had AUK and LCOP, you just got 4.
Yeah. If you do that though, I mean, fair play to you. I would not load up 2 players like that, but we'll see how it goes in game 3. AUK and LCO, who banned Tornado. Go against Lionel Crown, who banned the Royal Rick.
Now, do they stay with that Royal Giant and Skeleton combination? Seems like we're going to have a lot of that combination throughout the season.
It's the classic combination.
Yes.
Let's be real. That combination is as storied in 2v2 as Kensameshi. You know, it's been around since the dawn of time, and I believe, was it Brent Esports back in 2000?
I believe it came. RG combination did happen from 2 years ago, but with the Giant Skeleton, I think Bren really started that
trend, right?
Yes.
No Aim Sai and who was it?
Manong GP.
No, not in 2v2.
Oh, 2v2.
In the 2v2 it was... it's on the tip of my tongue. It was No Aim Sai and... What was his name?
Let's go back home and check that out later.
I can see his face in my head.
Oh, Barbarian. Getting one hit with that snowball slow. Going down the tower and Skeleton Dragons there.
Okay, RG loaded up from Talon. The Lumberjack is up at the front, takes that Fisherman. Gonna speed everything up here.
Their activation.
That doesn't really matter when you're playing the RG though, because everything's at a distance. You're playing Hogs.
Well, if you have the Fisherman, it does a little bit. Oh, those big bodies just stuck in a place.
Bodying each other around, but this RG from Nova this time getting a lot of purchase. It's still going. It's still unleashing hell on that tower. Talon have nothing. Look at that. 490 remain.
Holy, from just one single big push.
Everything is going Nova's way in Game 3, just as it did in Game 2. Their spell usage, the Fireball coming into play, just cleaning up so much more than we usually see. Talon kind of need to stop offering the value on the plate. You know what I mean?
And Nova, after feeling that, says, okay, just make sure left side is totally taken down from the Giant Skeleton.
Not even a single shot.
Yeah, and they can nail down the right side with the spell damage only. Ranged up. It's the lightning.
It's going to be enough. He does get another hit. He's going to get another one. He does. Okay, right back into this. Our Talon, everything is close. The Elixir is kind of leaning in Nova's way. But we've seen all it takes is one spell to completely erase those kind of advantages. There's the arrows deleting Firecracker off the board. As we see this Royal Giant coming through, and the Fisherman doesn't go for the Royal Giant there. He was played spectacularly.
Yeah, good prediction. Cage is down. Nova does have to. Okay, they're going to save up, and they might be.
They got to sack that tower, I think.
Yeah, they had to save up and go for the left tower already.
But now everything's equal. Everything we've seen has just been erased from history. And we have a very even match again. Both towers have been lost. RG from Talon got a lot of damage in. Another arrows there to take out that Firecracker.
Not too bad for Nova either. Waited for that Talon to attack first, and then they wanted to save up some more Elixir. But in defense, they ended up spending a little more. So another chance for Talon now.
US there trying to keep them in the poison, and it's enough. Both Skeleton Dragons are out for the count. Giant Skeleton played at the bridge, and that's just going to block everything up. Fisherman has to come in, pull it away.
Keeping that Hunter alive, Nova actually pushing through the bridge. They want to pocket, they want to find a chance to actually pocket and go in for that attack.
Ooh, the log actually pushes the RG away. That's going to give it a bit of free reign here. I think it's going to get one hit. Yep, one hit. It's going to take double RG in the pocket.
Pocket Cage immediately, but that's going to go down so quickly. And the Skeleton Dragons double that immediately, but no No good spell, but the damage actually not quite as much as we thought.
Hero Fisherman pulling that one RG into the crown, into the King Tower was huge.
And Nova was trying to prevent that with those skeletons, but they were also deleted immediately. Only a couple hundreds off. 17 seconds to go.
No hit there. 1098,797. It's going to come down to spell users. RG's in the pockets for both sides. No Goblin Cage for Talon though.
And one more shot from the RG. Nova just have done it with another fireball. 2 seconds left. They're gonna win the 2v2 first match of the season.
That is what they needed. I think Nova, after last season, needed a victory straight out the gates.
Wow.
And my gosh, what a way to do it. It was looking bad. That double RG in the pocket just did not work as it should have. Doesn't matter. One at the bridge, one in the pocket. No Goblin Cage. That is all it takes.
I was waiting, saying, why? What in the world are they doing? They're losing their own timing to actually attack into the opponent's tower, always defending. They're not going to win like this. And then, the moment I saw double RG pocket, look on the right, there's no fireball. Which means double skeleton dragon. That's also perfectly fine for Nova.
I mean, right. That push didn't work as well as it should have. It was the push after where we got the RG at the bridge, one in the pocket.
Listen.
奶豆奶豆，中间下去，好，直接做出了，好，小骷髅
was pretty good for an extra shot there.
小骷髅，小骷髅，
Double RG in the pocket.
好，
你下多了有点，
没事。
That pulls one RG.
准备防中出，
可以，我先下个牢笼。
好，
because of the skeleton dragon, Talon also spent a lot of energy right there.
可以，
好，
But they're about
我滚一下，
both teams are about
快给我家居，
at this point.
大骷髅顶上家居我，桥头解他，
电法，
奶豆是哪一口？
好。
And one RG on the left to throw them down with all the elixir and
可以，
one in the pocket.
接了，中出，
快点。
I think kill streak went down from those arrows.
我渔夫拉一下。
That RG in the pocket there, no Goblin Cage inside.
没事，赢了，但是
You can hear the crowd very quietly. That's getting picked up through the comms audio.
And they're far away. They're pretty far away. The stage is huge.
That must be absolutely popping in there right now. Nova Esports, a very big fan favorite. They've been in the Clash Royale, the Clash scene, the mobile esports scene since the inception.
Since I think day 0, day -10.
I think Nova was around when cavemen were playing on like iPhones. iPhone 1. I don't even know what they were playing. They were probably playing Stickman Archery. Nova have been around that long. That is a big result for AUK. You look at Elsiop, look at the smile on his face at the end of that. That is a changed man.
Love the play style, as Elsiop is one of the, I would say, among the really higher popular players, especially in China, is the most aggressive player, I would say, in terms of 1v1 play. And that also shows in 2v1, but with a similar characteristic with AUK. I can see that happening along with the teamwork, because they have to gel together, but it's going to be awesome as they're putting down some different style of 2v2 right now.
It's not the style we see from Fav and WEDGM.
No.
That was as aggressive as I think you can get. It was just like throw. All right, we lost game 1. Throw. We won game 2. All right.
It's not that simple. But yes, I understand what you mean. You know.
Okay, we're getting to the king of the hill. Nova Esports have 6 players. Yes. Which 3 do you bring? Do you give Little Chen a chance? You've gave Elsiop a chance to kind of reinvigorate himself in 2v2. Do you put Little Chen here in the King of the Hill?
So what I thought initially, just to fool around, you have 6 players, right? So you put the first 3 on day 1, you put the other 3 in day 2, and then you sort of mix it the next week, and then you put the first 3.
Well, in theory, you have 6 slots. Everyone gets a slot.
I know, so it's fair. Which makes it very tough for the opponent, you know, to actually guess which player is going to play. You have to do a lot more study. You have to do a lot more preparation of understanding their style, how they play, what they like to play. So having this kind of big roster gives a lot more pressure to the opponent.
Could
Not
we
just
see?
your,
Yeah. I was gonna say, could we see CRS make a debut in the same fashion that Hajime did?
maybe, but I don't. Because of their big roster and AUK, there's D-King, also Rain, pretty good. Today might not be the day, but there's always hope, you know.
Between those three, D-King 7-5 in the regular season last season, AUK 8-4 in the regular season, King of the Hill, Rain 8-5 in the King of the Hill. That would probably be my three choices. You see D-King down there, 58%, 7-5 in the regular season, 3-1 in playoffs. I mean, you look at that, and you have to say, D-King, AUK, Rain, right? Rain, formerly D-King.
AUK, D-King, Rain. I think those three. And yeah, it's not.
Yeah, Rain. B-King, Rain, same person. Gotta get used to calling him B-King. All right. So it is. No, I've got to get used to calling him Rain. What am I talking about? All right.
I'm just glad we don't have D-King and B-King together in the same season, okay? Well, we do have in person, but he's Rain now.
It is going to be Line here from Talon. Okay.
It used to be Gerald to start off the King of the Hill most of the time last season. For him to have the least amount of pressure because of experience, lacking in experience compared to the other players. It seems like that talent has moved on.
What, moved on from Gerald or just moved on
They're putting Gerald in the first place.
I think they've bled him enough.
Yes.
In the early seasons. They've given him enough blood. The Dab King emoji, that's what we need to see. But anyway, yeah, they've bled him enough. I think he's comfortable. So messing around with your lineup is very important because you don't want to be predictable. That's one of the problems I think Valve are going to face this season. Thinking earlier, they're going to be very predictable. Nova, they have 6 players. They're going to be very unpredictable. That can come in their favor. But we're going to have to see, as these 2 players will soon be knocking into this one.
As Rain has been in Nova for quite a while now, since the beginning of 2019.
2018 full season, he was in EDG, which is now WEDGM. Then he was Nova, so first place. The first taste he's had of not finishing first with Nova, or first and second, was last season in the special season.
Yeah, man. Just going back to WEDGM, second, and second again.
But, I mean, this is the thing. Nova have so much success in China. They are easily the most decorated team. And it's finally good to see them getting back into it. I know it's only been one set of 2v2, but it looks like a different Nova team. They look happier together. And the team is bigger.
And lots of Chinese teams actually have their second 2v2 combination. So that's also something we should mention and keep our focus in as we go through the season.
Alright, so we are into this one. Nova, Rain in blue at the bottom. Rain formerly B-King against Talon's Line in red at the top. Line did qualify, I believe, for no-till. Just double check.
Immediately responded, fireball. Just on the Skeleton Dragon, so nothing too bad.
So just as a note, Line was the first CRL East Pro to qualify for the no-till world.
Yeah, just because he played before everyone else.
No, they all played around the same time.
Yeah, but they had different days.
Yeah, he was on day 3.
Yeah. So with the RG, Line needs to go through that bar putt.
Bob Hutt is one of the things you don't really want to see as an RG player. There it is, played right in front. Played so that the tower can come and help. The barbs are going to come and help out of that, and no damage taken. And then you have 4 barbs coming down the tower.
And when you want, you can line up with those Royal Logs, or you can totally throw the opponent off by sending it towards the other side. That's your own choice. I think Rain sort of wanted to throw that down. Just waiting for the perfect chance.
Skydrag split at the back. Is he gonna attach anything to these? He does. He decides to go Hogs on the left, and Line reading the situation like an absolute book. Hunter played on the left into nothing. Red superbly fireballs, and Hunter is enough to completely delete.
So we're waiting for, if it's a common one, Musketeer Fireball from Rain. And he's been holding it for some time. I mean, there were less chance for the Fireball to be used.
Spirit doesn't connect onto the RG, so no damage getting done there by him.
Sweet Fireball front line. There's immediately Royal Log beating the spell to be coming down.
Fishman not going to get an activation on that King Tower. Should have been one square over to the left if that was going to be the case. But the way that the Hogs had split, he would have just pulled another Hog off the left side. So no activation this time.
So Musketeer walks over to the left, helps him against the Fisherman, but RG get a shot because of that.
Doing what Hunters do best, cleaning up that push, but the Hogs are coming in. Fireball is there, but still going to take one or two chumps from those little piggies. 1645, 1666 on Lions Towers, 2000 plus on Rain's Towers.
Yeah, about 500 HP difference in bottom and top. Line needs to push through just a little bit more. And his Fireball has been on point against the Royal Hogs. The problem will be when he, yes, already used the Fireball onto the tower. That's pure damage. But he needs to cycle a little faster and keep that RG alive.
Hunter, Heal Spirit comes in, doesn't actually heal anything up there because I believe those Hogs are nearly full HP anyway. Fishman in the center, RG played down on the left, and another bomb push up in. Will be something to deal with this Hunter in the back. There is the Fireball. And that RG getting no purchase again here. Time after time, Rain is just not letting these RGs get in and get damage done onto the towers.
Yeah, look at Rain trying to draw out that Fireball. Says, okay, you make it so that it's going to be used on the left, and those piggies! Oh, doing a little too much. The Fireball is going to secure the game for Rain.
And it will need an absolute Hail Mary from Line to finish that, but no. Rain takes game one in the King of the Hill. And Nova have the advantage. They're up one set. Now they're up one game in set two. Rain coming good with a
Royal Hog
matchup victory, you should say.
Yeah, matchup-wise, it's basically sort of like what we had with, of course, without the flying machine with Royal Hog, but Fireball bait with the Skeleton Dragon. You want your opponent to use it for the Skeleton Dragon plus something else, or the bar putt, so that your Royal Hogs can just go straight through. And Line, in terms of his defense, some E-Wizard, E-Wiz, Hunter, Fisherman, they were okay, but never really perfect without the Fireball.
And that RG could never get on the tower when it has to eat through that Barbarian barrel at the same time. Just difficult stuff for Line in that match. But Rain reads it perfectly, takes the game. You see here, Rain even managed to leak quite a bit of elixir there and just still was completely chill. Great Fireball value.
Yeah, great Fireball value, but you gotta choose one. And you can't block both.
Not yet. Split Fireballs in the future, maybe.
Split Fireballs in the future?
You never know if that's gonna happen. We're back on camera. Who is it gonna be in game two?
I would say Blizzard or Geralt. I think those two players are going to be the key.
Yeah. I mean, they've played quite a lot. I mean, Blizzard is a CRL Asia Season 2 World Champion when he played with OGN with TNT.
Yeah, with TNT.
Yeah,
I think
with TNT.
yeah, put a highlight on that.
And One Crown was in that team. Victor was on that team. And who was the other player? There was one more. They had a team of 5 in that one, right? OGN? Or was it just 4?
I think it was 4.
It was 4, right?
It was 4 with the coach.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, but still Geralt, yeah, his favorite has been Graveyard for many, many years.
And now that Graveyard is...
It's still there. It's never going away. It's always there. And
I feel like it's one of those cards that is always there, but it moves between, like, the meta and, like, slightly off-center, you know?
Slightly less meta or de-meta.
Yeah. It's like, it's still meta, but then it's like on the fringes of the meta, you know? Like, very few people are playing it. There are other things that people are playing. Or it's smack bang in the middle and everyone's saying, like, nerf it. It's too strong. And at this point...
I would say the Graveyards, I think Graveyard... Well, we've been seeing too many Graveyard for a long period of time, so I think that's... compared to last season, I think we're playing less Graveyard. But right now, I think it's a season of, oh, someone changed.
See what we mean when we said look at the pictures? Gerald is a changed man. He hit the gym. I guess he's trying to get his Witcher bud going because, you know, if you're going to take the name of the Witcher, you should at least look like one. But Gerald, I mean, just looking at those pictures makes me feel like I need to do more to lose weight. Like,
a lot more.
But anyway, Gerald didn't have the best start to his Clash Royale League career. As we said, 1-3, the King of the Hill regular season. But when it came to the playoffs, he stepped up. 4-1, finished 56% overall. Absolute insanity. Is he going to be the one? This is the guy that everyone, I think Mogan was his name before he changed it to Joe, Mogan Kwan. His name was Mogan on ladder.
I know his last name is Kwan, that's for sure.
He was Mogan Kwan. He changed his name to Gerald for CRL. He was a very well-respected player in the Asian communities. Let's see if he can continue that.
Straight up.
I feel like we don't see enough Hog Rider anymore.
It's because of Fisherman. Because of Fisherman plus Barbot and yada yada. I've seen some Hog Rider decks with giant skeleton and towers, some Inferno towers out there, some bomb towers.
Rain throwing out the emojis. I think that's the first time I've seen him throw out emotes. It's the first set of emotes this season, comes in game 2.
That's important.
Good fireball there. What's he even angry for?
The 3 spells.
There's
the bomb tower.
Spending the fireball with the Hogs coming in, but the bomb tower is there. That's going to clean it up real nice. Musketeer goes down as well, and everything's even.
For the Battle of Hogs.
It's the free Hogs versus the enslaved Hogs, maybe?
Still, that's totally worth it. Taking down that Barbarian Hut to low health.
Not letting it get as much value as it probably should for 7 Elixir, yeah.
And Geralt, he put in a lot of good spell damage already. Especially with that Fireball, plus the log on the bottom, right? Now even the Snowball. He knows that most of those Hogs, the big single log and the small piggies are not really going to go through. So he's chipping early spell damage.
Nice Knight there to bring both of those Skeleton Dragons kind of in the middle. Fireball there to push it out with the Barb Barrel missing, but still finishing it up. 2170 remain on that tower. Just a little bit of damage so far dealt by both of these players.
Went really quick. Geralt still, of course, full health. All the way top, not even a single spell damage. Because of the defensive fireball against the Hog Rider.
It is double elixir time. We're going to see some crazy plays. Royal Hogs here getting shut down by the bomb tower and the Musketeer here. Musketeer closing and cleaning all of that up, cleaning up another Musketeer. Is he going to put the Hog Rider in front of it? He is. Hog Rider coming down that right-hand side. Is it going to get a bite? Nope, no hammer this time. The Fireball with the Snowball is starting to pile up. Gerald has the lead through mostly spells.
A big lead, almost half HP down already, only from the spell damage and those Royal Logs. Can't go through that bomb tower at all, because the moment Rain uses that Fireball in offense, Hog Rider is going to get a hit.
Leaning more up here.
So Rain certainly frustrated. That Fireball, yeah, again that Fireball damage.
I mean, Rain is frustrated because he's done 0 damage, and it's 1 minute 40 left. And when you're playing Hogs and you're getting to this point with no damage dealt, except 1 Fireball hit, you're in a rough position.
That Heal Spirit was the most that you can actually get, but still was not enough to go through double Musketeer plus that bomb tower. Even an offensive Fireball was not enough. As time is going to be ticking down in overtime as spell damage chipping in.
Musketeer in the center to help clean up. Musketeer against Musketeer, but 1 minute 10 left. Bomb tower to pull all 4 Hoggies back into the middle. Cleaning that up. Fireball won't be enough to take the Musketeer off the board, but it is enough to push it.
And now the Hog Rider is going to get several hits. 3 hits actually, down to the final Fireball from Gerald, and that's game.
Gerald takes game 2 here and defeats Rain. Classic Hog Rider beats 3 little piggies, 4 little
Four
piggies.
little piggies.
One's up on the side. One went to market. But the bomb tower was there for the Hog Rider deck, and Gerald just played it flawlessly. He didn't take damage until there's 1 minute 40 left on the clock.
Hard counter, and this is the reason why we always go back in history and say what worked before, that you can still use it in the meta to go against snipe against few meta decks. And when you see this many not RGs, also RGs, but the small piggies happening from lots of Chinese teams, I think this is exactly what you bring. Just like Geralt, just do your studies and say, okay, likely they're going to do Royal Hogs, and he just used it against my teammate Line in game 1. Let's bring the counter.
Yeah, and it worked flawlessly. I mean, 2 Fireballs of damage and 3 bites from the Royal Hogs there. It's just...
But 3 bites, 3 big hammer hits from the Hog Rider.
What would you rather have, 3 hammers or 3 bites?
I mean, I wouldn't want anything.
And it is gonna be Elsiop coming in for game 3. But Nova, he looks...
Is he back
right now? He looks... This is like the very first game we saw when it first became CRL East. Elsiop steps up onto the stage and you're like, this looks like a man who's gonna dominate. And he did for a week or 2.
The first week and into second week.
Alright, anyway, deck decisions being made here on Talon. Looking at some replays by the look of it, checking out their decks.
Saying, get out guys, I'm ready.
I think it's more like, what do you mean you're telling me to play like Earthquake, Hog Rider? Nobody plays that. This is 2020. This is full. Nobody plays Earthquake now.
Oh, remember 2 months ago?
Right?
3 months ago?
Well, this is the thing. We talk about it like, what was the card that pushed Royal Hogs out of the meta last time? Go back to that deck. Now that Royal Hogs are back, and bring that back to the forefront. You know what I mean?
And from Elsiop's side, you've just seen that the regular Hog Rider. Do you go for your own cheaper Hog Rider cycle, or do you put in some other type of building to go against it? Or do you just bring in straight up, bring in your air units like Lava or the Balloon Miner?
I think if you're fairly certain that Gerald is going to go for the Hog Rider again, you would bring the Hog Rider with Inferno Tower.
Or if you go
instead of
cheap,
the bomb tower, you could go cheaper. You could go for the cannon.
yeah, super cheap, like 2.6.
But part of me feels like you'd want something a bit chunkier, just in case. I feel like cannon might be a bit.
Yeah, we've seen some Tesla happening.
That's true.
Yes, not too many times, but especially against the Hog Rider decks, some Tesla actually worked like a charm.
I mean, classically, last season we did see the bomb tower versus Inferno Tower debate.
Yeah, because of a lot of Earthquake.
Yeah, it was Earthquake meta. Earthquake was everywhere. You wanted bomb tower because it had a little bit of a lasting effect to clean things up. Inferno Tower just chomped through tanks. I mean, there's arguments on either side. Now that Earthquake is kind of out of favor, though.
There's also Graveyard Bowler.
Splash out.
Yeah, Bowler, not bad against Hog.
True. You know what else isn't bad against Hog?
What?
Hunter. Fisherman.
Oh, that's right.
So
gotta do that rock, paper, scissors. I don't know what Gerald is thinking right now.
Well, we'll soon find out because we're about to get into Game 3 of this King of the Hill between Nova LCUp, one of the most historically dominant players in Clash Royale League history, against Talon's Gerald, a relative newcomer to the scene, but not in terms of ladder play. He was very, very well respected.
Are you feeling Hog from LCUp was from that log?
Log
or
skeletons.
Royal Hogs? It's gotta be a push. Or there are some RG decks with the Hog too. Log, I mean. Not as common as the Barbarian Barrel though.
RG. I was on the fence. I didn't know whether I was going to make a stupid statement there and say RG, but it is going to be RG. There's the Fisherman to clear a path for that Royal Giant, and that's a good tornado so that everything can be slowed down. Very well defended by Gerald. Good decision to bring those Skellies. Classical version of Graveyard. It has to be, right?
Yeah, with the tornado.
You have Ice Wiz, you have Tornado, you have Knight, and Baby Dragon. This has to be Graveyard.
Yep, feeling the same. Yeah, with the Knight. Can't really think of anything else at the moment.
RG played on the right-hand side. There is the Bomb Tower, the Ice Wiz to slow everything down. Baby Dragon does take out Skeleton Dragon one-on-one. Switches to the other one. RG, 0 hits a second time.
Okay, Bomb Tower. Sometimes it's the cage instead of the Bomb Tower. But that's the same exact combination if you're thinking if we are going, and very likely we are going Graveyard from Geralt.
Okay, Knight against Fisherman. There is the Graveyard. Played on the corner there to make sure that more skeletons transport closer in, but it doesn't look like he's getting much luck here. The Heal Spirit didn't actually get a jump off. It was killed by the skeletons, but no real damage getting done there. 2067 remains, but Gerald is kind of just putting up a wall here. There's the Bomb Tower. Ice Wizard isn't interested this time round.
And the bottom right Hunter is going to be the defense. Not bad. Also has to use a tornado.
One shot does sneak through though, 1954, and that puts Gerald down in points, but there is still a lot of time left. Once we start going into double, we're in double elixir when we get into triple elixir if the game goes that long, so there's plenty of time left.
Yeah, good Knight placement there to make sure that the Fisherman can't really do anything fishy.
Hunter does take out the Baby Dragon.
Then it's time for the Graveyard on the right. And RG to block the Knight from coming across.
That is a play and a half. Sacrificing that RG, but look at the damage the Fisherman helped get on that left-hand side. 1462 on that tower. 1799, so about 200 extra damage coming in for Gerald. And his wall is starting to slip and start to fall apart.
A great tornado there instead of using the Bomb Tower. Still RG slows down, the damage chipping in. Will it get a shot? Just one.
36. Another RG coming in. Fortunately, this Ice Wiz has lived a life and a half. Been on the field long enough to get married and have children, that's for sure.
The bottom Princess Tower was locked onto the baby dragon for some time before the Hunter eliminated that baby dragon in the air. So a couple of hundred from the skeletons. Still more damage put in on the top left. Helps you out with another push. Those giants slowly marching.
Again, Heal Spirit coming through. Tornado to pull it back. No damage done with the 1064. I don't think Gerald's going to find a window. He has to get this graveyard to work. There's the Fisherman Bull. The Hunter to help clean that up. Poison is down for Gerald, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. The Heal Spirit healing up everything back up to full HP, and that's a scary push just coming down that right-hand side.
Perfect timing, and the Ice Squeeze is gone. RG might get more than one shot. And with that pull, with that tornado, trying to get that damage down.
Oh, that extra hit, I think, seals it. Fireball is there. Two fishermen playing ping pong with the Ice Wizard between the two lanes, and Elsia takes game 3. 2-1 for Nova now. One more victory for them will seal the deal. Gerald falls to the
Elsia was a step ahead, I would say, the entire game, leading the next step of Geralt coming down left or right, drawing out a lot of spells. And even though the first couple of graveyard did hurt him, a lot more than what we thought. But the right side RG blocking that nice. Starting from that moment, Elsia was in full control.
Yeah, Gerald just couldn't really find the window he needed. You know what I mean? Like, each graveyard that came down kind of fell. I have to do this instead of this is the time to do this. But if you wait for that time, I don't think he'd have managed to get any down, because the RG pressure from Elsia was constant. It was one after the other, and even when you defend with the Ice Wiz, with the Bomb Tower, with the NATO, you still take a hit every now and then. That's 254 damage.
Yeah, that Fisherman connection, Fish Slat, they actually do. You underestimate the damage from the Fish Slat.
It's pride damage.
It hurts and it smells. So extra damage from the smell too.
I was thinking it's like pride damage, like it deals a lot, but it's mostly hurting your soul. And there we got the game of tennis between the fishermen with that snowball, and tower goes down. Gerald is out. Who is last for your team? Is it going to be Blizzard, or is it going to be One Crown?
Day one, so I would say Blizzard. Lots of baits, still pretty good. His recruits might be the time where he actually brings the recruit back in 1v1, where he has used when no one else in the world was using him.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah,
remember those days last year?
It was like, oh, Royal Recruit, no, nobody's ever going to use this. It's terrible.
It's buffed.
And then Blizzard comes in back when he was Dandelion or Dandelion. Yeah. I don't know. Because the Korean pronunciation, the Korean writing for it was
Dandelion.
Yeah, Dandelion, not Dandelion. But everyone calls him Dandelion.
Yeah, from the West, yes.
Whichever you're going to use. So he changed his name to Blizzard. He used a lot of the recruits, and it is going to be Blizzard. All right. If anyone can do it for talent,
it's going to be Blizzard. And this might be the off-meta deck that he wants to.
No.
From the buff.
I think he might play Mega Knight.
Yeah, Mega Knight Skeleton Barrel was also his. Yeah, the 1-2 punch.
But didn't it have Miner in it? We all know what Miner's like these days.
Yeah, it had Miner in it.
Seen a bit of Miner, but Miner now mostly used to get rid of the Musketeers or things that are trying to go.
Yes.
It's not really being utilized for its crown damage, its crown tower damage.
Yeah, to chip damage for the crown counts. It's mostly used to take out units or to be in front of Fishermen to draw its to draw its attention away from like an RG or something else. We've seen some weird minor combination with RG or Royal Hogs.
Blizzard with 110% of decks played in Elixir cost distribution. So
good math.
It's easy adding 70, 30, and 10 together, G-Clef.
But I think from just seeing this from this one game, LCOP seems to be in a better form compared to No Tilt a few days ago.
Yes.
Certainly in better form, shape and form on stage. Maybe he's a stage type of guy, you know.
I think he needs the audience around him.
Ah.
He's
might be the key.
He's the Freddie Mercury of Clash Royale. Is Nova's LCOP in blue at the bottom, Talon's Blizzard in red at the top. But it's the only season I think I've ever seen LCOP not play well is the season where there was no crowd.
You're right.
Maybe
he was on stage but no crowd.
Yeah, right?
Maybe he needs the audience power, the energy from them.
Well, we'll see. As this game is, I was going to say heating up, and then I looked at what spells have been used. It's kind of cooling down right now. Just cycling through. There is a Barb Hut from Blizzard and a balloon from LCOP.
Immediate balloon. Is it with the giant skeleton or just with the miner? We'll check and see a little more as we didn't see the skeleton dragons.
Heal Spirit too. Lots of Heal Spirits today. No surprise to anyone who's been looking at the meta lately. Knight played at the back with the Mega Minion.
Mega Minion with. There's another combination with Poison Bar Barrel, but with the Snowball Log. I think we have to wait a little more. Yeah, with the Knight, I still feel like this is Graveyard.
With the Archers.
Yes, instead of Musketeer.
Yeah. But we'll see. Another Bar Barrel comes down. That's going to help take out the Royal Recruits from LCOP. Expecting the Royal Recruits from Blizzard, but nope, it's coming from LCOP with the with the Skeleton Dragons and the Balloon. Archer there single-handedly tearing down the Skeletal Menace.
I think this is what we have seen a little bit with the giant skeleton. Instead, it's going to be the recruits from LCOP.
Lumberjack gets their snowball in to push off the Mega Minion. One drop.
The Mega Minion was locked onto the Lumberjack instead of the Balloon. Nice drop there.
What is Blizzard aiming to play? When is he going to try to find that window? Because there's only 40 seconds left of regular time. We are 20 seconds into double elixir.
And with the log, it might just be a push. Like, a surprise, like a Hog Rider or an RG.
I feel like if it's either of those cards, you would have played it already.
Yeah, that's true. Archer
not attacking the balloon until late, but it doesn't matter. It does manage to clean up Royal Recruits, causing a lot of issues here for Blizzard. He's stretched thin between both lanes every time it's coming down. Now, I'm going to say a balloon might come down on this right until no. Royal Recruits comes in. Lumberjack is just going forward for damage.
Yeah, more pressure. More pressure onto the right. Heal Spirit was deleted by the log, and a balloon on the left. Was pretty close. But death damage is certainly enough because LCOP more than 2,000 to go for Blizzard.
There's finally that graveyard for Blizzard as he jumps up in his seat when it goes down. Not getting as much damage as I think he
a few Archer shots, but it was about 400 or 500. He needs more than that. Time's ticking down, less than one and a half.
And even LCOP doesn't look happy that he took that much damage from it. There's the Lumberjack. Expect the balloon coming down on that left-hand side. Mega Minion trying to. It's going to get snowballed away. Archers are there though. Cleans that up really nicely. No death damage this time around.
Yeah, no death damage onto the tower, but still leading big time. I thought LCOP was going to push along with the Heal Spirit too, but did not really end up spending that much.
Okay, with Royal Recruits out of hand now. Is it time to try and find
LCOP wanted to draw that poison to the left, because his right towers took some more damage.
There's the graveyard, but does that leave him with enough elixir? He only has the archers to defend this balloon. One of the archers goes down, the rage is down, Snowball is there, it doesn't push it away. Mega
There's
Minion,
nothing else.
that's going to be a second jump. And Elsiop closes set 2, King of the Hill, against Blizzard, against Talon, and Nova get that all-important W on the board after the first week. Elsiop coming clutch. Nova Esports 1-0 to start the season.
Hey Simon, I think you're right. Elsiop, he's got that energy. He feels like a different person compared to the last season already. Just from watching 2 games, he's on top. He was, as you can see, he was looking for that perfect timing to drop those cards. He was ready for the next card.
He looked fantastic today, and the first time I got to commentate on him, he didn't look this good. Elsiop is back. How long is he back for? We'll find out. Nova Esports do take the win over Talon. Elsiop does beat Blizzard here, and Heal Spirit jumping into the middle of no man's land, but enough to take out that Mega Minion.
I think Blizzard waited a little too much. And he was also surprised by the combination of Royal Recruits.
And again, archers against a raged up balloon alone with no extra help. It's gonna be a hit. This is where it properly comes in. One of the archers even goes down here. There's just too many bodies in the way. The snowball doesn't push back. Mega Minion isn't gonna be enough, and another drop came in. MVP, 4 crowns, 4 win, 1 loss. For Elsiop, if you kept the faith in Elsiop for your fantasy league, congratulations to you. That's a nice 4 crowns.
You're number 1 on the leaderboard right now. With 4 crowns. Yes.
If you have AUK,
that's 2. You have 3.
No, if you have AUK and Elsiop.
Oh, you have 6.
我是上海的，我这是第一次。
And it seems like we jump straight into the commercial break. We come back with the final match, guys. It's going to be Team Timing versus Ponos.
And we are back. It's time to get into the third and final match of tonight. It is going to be Team Timing versus Ponos. We just saw Nova. Let's talk about what we just saw. We've seen one Japanese team win today. Fav Gaming did beat WEDGM. We had a super stellar rookie come in and just dominate WEDGM and the King of the Hill.
Hajime.
Then we saw Nova Esports take out Talon in a game that I think is closer than most people will give Talon credit for.
Yes.
But still Nova won, and Nova won in style. LC Up looks like he is back now that he has a crowd around him.
Yeah, it seems like a 2-0 that Nova wanted to have a start off from the season.
And now we get in to Team Timing against Ponos. Ponos, a team that now has 2 superstar Japanese players that are world-renowned for just dominating everyone, anyone. Doesn't matter if you're west, doesn't matter if you're east, doesn't matter if you're on the south or north pole. Mugi does have a reputation, as does KK.
I've seen some VOD of Mugi and heard that not just from his own region, from outside of his own region, that he's one of the best players out there. And a lot of people was actually surprised that he just got picked up.
He just turned old enough. He could have turned... Oh, wait. 2000... Oh, he would have been old enough
last season.
Yeah, he would have been old enough in the last season, but I think he might have just missed the cutoff.
He could have come in the middle of the season.
No, he could have come in at the start. Look at his birthday.
April 7th. Maybe. I can't really 100% recall the date of the roster.
I think it was
the
roster
turn-in?
I think it was 13. I think he just missed it. Or something like that. But he is in now, and Mugi does have a reputation of being, as you said, the greatest player around. I want to double that, the best player in the world. We need to see if ladder and other online performances translate to Clash Royale. But Hajime made that step from online superstar to Clash Royale League winner. Can Mugi do the same?
I think that's a good question to ask before we go into the match, because Ponos, in general, last season, it was basically Team KK.
Yes.
Basically dominating. Reggie Jones could not really step up as before. Even Tengad, not really showing some okay moments, but not as much as KK. It was basically down 0-2 most of the time when KK stepped up from King of the Hill. He had some amazing comeback, loss, and then he just goes... Boom, 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 2-3 with a win for himself. But that didn't happen all the time because of the pressure. It stacked up to KK.
You say it doesn't happen all the time. 11-3 in the regular season, King of the Hill.
He was a monster.
4-2 in the playoffs. 3-1 in sets in the 1v1 sets. 6-5 in terms of games.
But it's not just in best of 3, especially in the playoff when we go into best of 5 set score. You need more than one superstar in the team. And Ponos has brought that player right now.
If I remember correctly, it was... No, I'm thinking of another team. I was thinking of someone else. I was like, someone else stepped up. Tengad stepped up in the King of the Hill. In the playoffs, he went 2-1. But that's not a super stellar record. But we talked a lot about Ponos here. Team Timing didn't do any trades, any pickups during the offseason.
No changes.
It's
changes
still
for
Nuri, Sado, Greed, Haruki.
Yeah, Korean teams just staying the same. Same thing as Talon, Team Timing, no changes.
Who's Team Timing? I remember Team Sado.
Team Sado. Yes, Team Sado is Team Timing.
But I will say that maybe now that there is 2v2 and then King of the Hill, I think maybe their time will change. Because I feel like a lot of teams didn't want to lose their 2v2 players, so they kept them for the special season, even though they're not that good outside of 2v2. Maybe Team Timing was one of those teams. We don't know.
Greed and Sado, Nuri Sado combination. I mean, Haruki stepped in, and he can also be the 2v2. But yeah, that's one in Team Timing. But on the other side, Ponos, Rad and Yakitori. What are you going to do? Yeah, without that pair. Yeah, those champion belt from years ago for Ponos. I don't think it happened too many times, but they are still in Ponos.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and Yakitori. 2v2 CRL Asia Season 1. Best 2v2 pair when they were playing for Valve. We'll see what happens here. 2-6 last season for Team Timing. 5-5 for Ponos total. I mean, King of the Hill Wade went to Team Timing, but all right. Let's take a look at the stats. I mean, key player Haruki. Team Timing, Haruki is the key player. I need to talk to management here. I'm gonna have a Karen moment. Team Timing, Haruki did come in and did play spectacularly well at the end in the playoffs. But I don't think he made as much of an impact as Sado, who finished 61% overall.
I think it's Team Timing who sent the key player. They're trying to hide him, you know.
How can you hide Sado? How can you hide him?
How can you hide him from his team name? I mean, his team name is Team Sado.
All right.
It's gotta come down. So for the Team Timing this season, the rest of the squad has to step up if they want to go to that playoff. Only 6 out of 8 will make it into playoff. The bottom 2, they don't play.
Well, it is going to be Nuri and Haruki for Team Timing, and that is some beautiful camera quality right there. Compared to what we just saw from Talon, that is... I need this camera in my life. That's nice. I like the jerseys too.
I love the background too. It's all gray. It seems like they were in like a sound booth or something.
You say sound booth? I was thinking Insane Asylum. I don't know why my mind went there. I was like, that's a padded cell. All right, it's gonna be Rad and Raiki.
Ooh.
Okay.
No Yakitori.
So this is one of the things that. Oh, that's a nice background too. Is that a cafe?
They got an air purifier too. Next level.
Okay. All right. Anyway, enough of that. I think Ponos have taken the Chinese way of having 2 or 3 pairs.
Maybe because they got a big roster. They got 6 men.
Yeah. So you could have Rad and Raiki, Rad and Yakitori,
or Tenga Yakitori, or
Tenga Yakitori, Yakitori Raiki. I mean, they have a very unpredictable 2v2 lineup.
The KK played in 2v2 when they needed a person.
But I would say that KK, you might want to rest his fingers for the King of the Hill and 1v1 if you're going to go that way.
Of course, I'm talking back in game when I'm talking KK. Interesting combination. Let's see if they have more combinations
as we get through the season. Yep.
I think that's exactly why you have a 6-man roster.
So that you
better to just use your roster because you have 6 compared to 4 or 5.
All right, I believe this is the first online match. Nado. Never gonna see that card in 2v2 this season unless something horrific happens and someone.
Sometimes, rarely, you expect your opponent to ban Tornado and then no one bans it.
Do you remember when Bomb Tower was considered one of the worst cards and then it got banned in 2v2 and we were like, what?
What's happening? And
this
then
is like spring 2018.
and then we called it just a throwaway ban.
And it was a throwaway ban because they just went and wrecked. If I remember correctly, the team that banned it just went and wrecked. And I mean, in that day, that was throwaway ban. It was like, go do whatever you want. We got you counted. We can read you like a book. We're just waiting for the go-ahead.
Yeah, officials to get that 2v2 ready. I think they're about to be ready, waiting for that perfect timing. Yeah, there's that okay sign. I think we're jumping into the game straight.
All right, so it is gonna be Nuri and Haruki for Team Timing. Rad and Raiki Jones for Ponos. Let's get into this one. Bandit at the back for Ponos as their first play.
Yeah, no NATO. Some people sometimes forget about the ban. Dash into the lumberjack and heals it back up.
Still gonna hold to that with the lumberjack though. 3 musketeers from Ponos. Okay. It it is going to be the Hogs with the Three Musketeers. You've seen this deck knocking around, I believe, in 1v1 decks.
Yes. So there are some 1v1 decks with Three Musketeer Royal Hogs, Fisherman Royal Ghost.
So we'll see what modifications they have made to the 2v2 format with this deck.
It's not... It's still pretty good. Against the bomb tower, it could have been really bad. But we just see the cage.
Freeze from Team Timing.
The balloon.
There's the rage. Is it going to be enough to get a hit on the tower? One hit and the death damage. That balloon kind of come out of nowhere.
That is big. Sort of had it ready. After you see that lumberjack, you're thinking, okay, it's gotta be.
And then the freeze.
Yeah, and then the freeze was actually like a really clutch timing.
We rarely see freeze used at this point in the game. It's only like 1 minute 50 when it's used here.
Yeah, but
usually we see it wait until the end.
Yes, exactly. But that timing was actually the clutch moment, and yeah, done perfectly, right? One actually pushed in towards the Princess Tower, so got some more scratch into it.
One of the problems with Log in general against the Hogs like that. Miner getting some hits. This Brawler's just going to go and get 2 hits too. Fireball to help clean things up. Expect... I was going to say a Log to come in behind. Larry's there. Freeze. Trying to clean up. One Musketeer does avoid that spell though. Heal Spirit coming in. This is a lot of damage here from Ponos.
Yeah, the left side. Gozagi did a little bit too much. But still on the top right because of that balloon and the death damage. Still Team Timing in the lead, but not by far. And as time ticks down, except for that balloon damage, it has been attacked straightforward from Ponos only.
Anything to distract this balloon. There is the Goblin Cage. Last minute. Against the tower, nice positioning of that fireball. Fireball snowball into nothing.
Totally misses onto that Royal Ghost.
And for that, they do need 2 hits from the Royal Ghost. Lumberjack, that's a lot of Hogs, but the freeze comes in. But are they going to be able to deal with it before? No, they're not. Heal Spirit comes in. And I think that's it. 156, 38. Fireball to finish Ponos. That was not clean, but it was enough.
Yeah, first freeze with the balloon from Team Timing. Ponos was certainly caught with that surprise attack. But after that moment, they really didn't take any damage. It was always pushed forward with the Royal Hogs. It wasn't the bomb tower, the cage. Okay, we have a pretty good shot. Yeah. As they were always drawing out the fireball with the 2 from the Three Musketeer. When they have the Mega Knight in front to tank all the shots, it's a go sign.
One Mega Knight is all it took. Ponos, that Royal Giant getting those hits. Like, Team Timing missing that snowball timing, like the snowball.
Yeah, the Ghost, yeah. Did couple more damage.
2 hits.
Yeah, which is still pretty big to make an impact.
Also, that freeze missing that last Musketeer was kind of a big deal.
It was hard to catch everything, I think.
Yeah, but from the back, it got a decent chunk of damage done, and I know that they needed to stop the Mega Knight. I feel, and there, that whiff, 1, 2.
Yeah, that's two,
almost 3 hits.
That's like around 216 more.
Insane damage, and then here you have
even that snowball only hitting 2 when 4 more was coming down the road.
Little more accuracy, I feel Team Timing need on their spells. A couple of unforced errors, I would say. And yeah, I guess the timeout has been called since we're back on video.
I guess so, right?
I think this is how it's going to go. We're still trying to find our feet with this new, with the new season.
New season with some changes, you know?
Yeah.
The best of 3, now King of the Hill coming in the middle. And of course, we do have to mention while we have time, when we go down all the way to the end of the season, not at the end of the season, end of the group stage, before we go into the playoff, it is going to be instead of, first, it's going to be match.
Set.
Games, crown counts.
Head to head. Yeah. So head-to-head has been moved from the second most important to the least important. And it's going to be match wins, set differential, game differential, crowns, then the head.
Before it was match, and then right after that it was head-to-head.
Yeah.
But head-to-head has been moved all the way to the back.
And then, if you're still tied after the head-to-head, which I believe is impossible.
It's not impossible, but I think it's going to be impossible.
If it still goes to that, they play a best of one.
Yeah, best of one, just one game.
But I'm going to say that's impossible.
Yeah.
Because they only play each other.
Which I like more, because every single game will be a lot more important.
Yeah.
Because it counts a lot more, not just from the head-to-head. Game counts before head-to-head.
There's a lot more weighting on it.
Yes.
This time around.
Every single game weighs a little more because of that change. It's a big change, I would say.
So we're soon going to get into game 2 here between Team Timing and Ponos. Gonna be interesting to see how this one turns out. Will Ponos be able to close it up 2-0 in this 2v2 set, or will Team Timing be able to take us to another game 3? We're gonna find out in just a second here.
Yeah, we heard the arena. Again, Royal Hogs. Fireball bait seems to be okay because you don't really have 2 fireballs in 2v2.
You say that. You can carry 2 fireballs in 2v2.
Of course, yes. But we don't really see that oftentimes.
I mean, looking at Nuri looks like he's about to fall asleep. See, like it's like, oh man, I really should have gone to sleep earlier last night.
It's only 9 p.m. in Korean time, of course, and also in Japan, same time zone.
Yep, it is 9:16, 50 seconds. For those keeping track and those who think that.
FYI, yes.
FYI.
So, and we have not seen a new giant skeleton in game 1.
We have not, no.
And no golem so far.
We're never going to see that.
Because of all the fishermen?
Unless you were thinking Elixir Golem, and then maybe we'll see that.
And Lava.
Alright, both teams going with Lava Hound. Both played at the back here.
Let's see the pair. Along with that Lava.
Flying Machine. Baby Dragon from Ponos. Flying Machine for Team Timing here. Going to help clean this up. And another Baby Dragon from Ponos is going to take care of that big minion. Everything getting shut down a little bit earlier here.
Loot. Another Lava immediately. Chrono Dragon to respond.
In from Ponos, but right now the upper hand definitely in that opening exchange went to Team Timing again.
Plus the Baby Dragon belt there. Doing extra damage. The Lava Hound itself did a lot.
Yeah, the pups definitely did a lot of damage there too.
The Ponos must not have had the Inferno Dragon to begin with. That's why they threw an extra lava to cycle.
Fireball to take care of those Skeleton Dragons. Flying Machine in a very nice place. Splitting the Flying Machine and the Skeleton Dragons, making sure that ultimate Fireball value is not achieved. And the Inferno Dragon actually got a connection there. Not too much, but any longer, that would have been kind of hairy for Team Timing.
Could have been dangerous, and we don't see anything else. No miner to connect, and no balloon from either side. I think they're trying to hide their key cards. It pairs up with the lava. So far, just having that bridge air fight.
Team Timing taking it. Oh, the Flying Machine connects 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's way too much damage!
7 full-fledged Flying Machine hits. Ouch! That's a lot of damage coming in for Team Timing. We've seen it before. Team Timing have lost an advantage for the miner in the back. He does eventually go down. 504 remaining. A couple pups left over.
Mini Peck all the way in the back to secure that miner is gone when the pups break out.
Lightning comes down, but the Inferno Dragon survives. Good push back back on the snowball. 2 Lava Hounds now for Team Timing, but we've seen this be the overstretch from teams before. Is it going to be an overstretch? No, it doesn't look like it will. The miner is there. Is it going to be enough to finish it? 45. There it goes. Nuri and Haruki take game 2 in a Lava Hound matchup.
Lava Hound matchup, but Ponos never really got to have their second key card. Might just be like a balloon or anything else. They had the mini P.E.K.K.A. expecting a lava or something heavy from the ground could be painful. They had to have some kind of heavy single target unit ground defense, which was mini P.E.K.K.A. But they were still holding 2 cards each, I believe, until the last, until the game was over.
That mini P.E.K.K.A. is just in case it's a Royal Giant.
Barbarians and Miner. Okay. Ponos also had their own Miner, of course.
Fisherman was a card not used. Not surprised when everything's up in the sky. The Fisherman can't pull things to the ground.
And you don't want to pull mini P.E.K.K.A. near the tower.
Looking at it, a very close game. This fly machine, though, look at the value. It keeps going.
Put 5 circles on it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
If you didn't see it the first time round, that fly machine just connected, just done so much damage. Good pull on that mini P.E.K.K.A. to make sure that it doesn't get to the tower. And it was just air. And yeah, solid victory here for Team Timing.
Yeah, Team Timing, they forced they wanted to force another fireball onto the flying machine, so that's the reason why you see the flying machine coming from the center all the time, so that it's away from the fireball, so that either your flying machine's alive or your skeleton dragon's alive, or the Inferno Dragon, which was being locked down by lightning sometimes, getting that reset, but it's still alive after the lightning though.
I think it was just one lightning come down, I think.
Yes, we've seen that happen on the bottom left.
Yeah.
And
Was that
after
the only one?
Don't really recall anything else. Maybe towards the last few seconds, just to chip some damage.
I should have looked at the lightning use rate, but yeah, I mean, what can you say? That was Team Timing outplaying.
I think they had better combinations to draw out the spells, so that your opponent can't really get that much value out of the spell, just the right amount of value. When Team Timing, they were getting some more, I would say, along with some lava damage to start off. Of course, the game started off with Ponos having less cards to deal with that lava to break that off earlier. So they started. So Team Timing started off with about 500 to begin with, and that was a big key play, I would say.
Well, we'll see if Team Timing's Nuri and Haruki will be able to repeat that victory in Game 3, or will Rad and Reiki Jones be able to close it out here? We're going to see relatively soon, as these two teams are preparing to get into this one.
I thought Ponos was hiding something. Like, they always have something strange towards the last 10 seconds, like a surprise balloon freeze. That's what I was sort of keeping in the back of my mind, but just a minor.
Well, not this time. Not this time. All right, we're going to get into this. Is it going to be a battle of the skies? Or are we going to bring things down to Earth?
Sparky.
Don't say the S word here, please, G-Clap.
Okay.
All right,
Bait?
well, double bait. That is a start and a half. That is... And it seems like it caught Team Timing off guard because they have taken so much damage. Team Timing caught in a bit of a panic here.
Get out of here, those baits. Wow, and the Rascals. The girls are gone from the fireball. RG doing a couple of shots, and still the Musketeers are alive, but locked onto the Spear Goblins this time. And the darts.
Still going to get one shot, even though it has no HP. Two shots.
Yes. It's quick. I'm a dart master, so I know. There's some moments where it does one. That's weird.
Yeah, it depends on, doesn't it depend on the angle?
It depends on the angle it comes in from, yes.
Okay, another skeleton balloon.
Okay, Team Timing, I think they have the cycle with the spells, so they want to train a little better. Oh, good heal right there.
Yeah, getting so much damage with that RG. There's a Goblin Cage to help stop the second balloon, the skeleton balloon, from coming in. Now he's going to get
Four
Star
shots.
Goblin fight.
Only got 2.
Shut down, but still relatively even. 775 on Team Timing's bottom left tower, and 1010 for Ponos. There is a Goblin Barrel. No log this time, so that's going to be a couple of stabs in there.
Couple too many.
There's another barrel. There should be a log for this one. E-whizzing in and taking another set of hits is Team Timing.
I think Team Timing I think Team Timing wanted to save it, but they dropped on E-whiz. Okay, let's see.
I thought log would have been recycled by now. Alright, maybe it's not. Maybe I miscounted who used log. Poison comes down from Team Timing, but at what cost is that poison coming down?
They wanted to have the perfect combination with that giant skeleton RG. Now that Inferno is there, it's going to be just a little harder.
And the log too soon again have to use the snowball. If they didn't use the log there, they would have taken critical damage from the goblins. It's a rock and a hard place when you're with double bait from Ponos.
15 seconds, you can count it down to spells. Team Timing, they do have some spells, but they want to get it done with an RG this time. They have Poison and Fireball.
I don't think they got time. They're going to have to do something with spells, but it's not going to be enough. There it is. Game 3 goes to Ponos. Since the change, Poison and Fireball does not equal 400 damage.
Fan service. Yes. That's also big.
Yep.
Yeah, Fireball Poison does not take out 400 anymore.
356.
Yeah, even before that, they wanted to have not just the giant skeleton plus the royal giant. They wanted to have the log with their own push and a few more spells in their hands to make it perfect so that the RG connects. But because of the spell baits, Team Timing, they were trying to find their own cycle, which came through after like every 20 seconds-ish. Kronos was just making a fool out of them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Timing was stuck in a rock and a hard place. This opening is just beautiful symmetry, and I can see, like, there's 9...
Imagine clone. Imagine clone on both sides.
There was 9 elixir, I believe, for Haruki, but what would he have done? I mean, he didn't really have anything. Skeleton, like giant skeleton, royal giant. Fireball would have been an overcommitment, but an overcommitment that probably he should have gone with.
So I thought when Team Timing was waiting this long of a time, okay, it must be double giant skeleton, double RG. Either at both sides or one side is solely focused, but that's going to put Ponos in a better condition.
Yeah, that 2 elixir spent on that snowball there would have helped them take the tower if it went for the goblins. I think it would have slowed them down just enough to get another shot off, which would have allowed them to spell finish it after that. So, a very close game, but that opening...
Nasty. That was...
It's only nasty if you don't have double log. If they had double log, it would
log,
have been...
bar barrel, snowball. They had snowball though,
They
right?
had
They had snowball, but which doesn't kill it 100%.
One had snowball, one had log. And it's a difficult position because you're like, well, we need to get rid of one of them, but we need to get rid of both of them, but we only have the spells to kind of do one.
And Ponos was ready. They had the Inferno Tower. So,
That's
give and take.
That's that once every like 30 game opening you have with your 2v2 partner. It's like, do you got it?
And then you throw it to the King Tower if you have a clone.
Oh, the days we used to see that before.
I know. The clips that we have seen from Reddit, guys.
We've also seen it when
double clone.
Double clone. I remember.
Woo, too many goblins, man.
Was it Ponos versus Game With on the first final where they were doing warm-ups and Ponos did it?
Yes,
it
and
was
they
like,
actually got it down.
Yeah, it was double barrel, double clone, double barrel, double mirror, double clone, and it was just like
deleted.
That was fun. Anyway, game 1, match 3, set 1 is done. The 2v2 is done. 2-1 for Panos.
Yep.
Now we get into the King of the Hill.
Yeah, but before we go into the King of the Hill, I think Rad and Yakitori did these two, the duo that we have not seen before.
Rad and Reiki.
Rad and
That's how many times you have said Rad and
man.
Yakitori. You're like, Rad and Yakitori, and I'm like...
Did I just say Yakitori? Because I was reading Reiki Jones off my paper.
You almost did it again! You almost did it again. You're like, Rad, and in your mind, subconsciously, you're like, I have to say Yakitori. I'm the same way.
It's like
part of
muscle
me believes
memory-ish.
part of me believes that Rad and Yakitori is the actual name of one player.
I've got to switch my gear, man.
It's the name of one player, Rad and Yakitori.
Yeah, Rad and Reiki Jones. This duo seems to work really well.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like they can of course, certainly change in the future, but they can have another duo with Yakitori with someone else. That's also possible. Team timing, not so bad, but off to a bad start.
Yeah, King of the Hill player standings. Look at KK sitting at the top. 80% 15 loss? That's the wrong way around, right?
Yeah, I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, 15 wins, 5 losses. Win rate is 80%. Okay, but between these two teams, we do have 75% here, 15, and that's a different number. 20, 15, it is 75%. I'm gonna go in slightly, man. Probably includes triple trap. There we go.
Yes, I do believe so. And look on the left side, though, hard carrying the team.
Greed, 0.0%. I found the win percentage ratio for this guy on the screen right now, Greed. Do you know what it was, G-Clef?
I sort of know, but
because I told you earlier.
It's painful.
His win percentage last season.
Cover your ears, guys.
Was 8%.
Single digits.
Single digits. 0-4 in King of the Hill regular season.
Oh, Moogie.
Well, it's gonna continue.
He's here.
All right, 0-4 in regular season for Greed. 0-2 in 1v1 sets, and he won 1 game in those sets. So
yes. Greed.
Overall, 1 to 10, I believe.
Yeah, and on the other side for Panos Moogie, he's like a superstar within the stars.
All right, well, we've already begun. Moogie in red.
Stop the
at
talking,
top.
man. We've got to go into game.
Greed in blue at the bottom. Let's see how this rookie Moogie plays here. Considered one of the best players in the world, is here today to put on a masterclass. If it's anything like the masterclass we saw a rookie player make earlier today, this should be a good one.
Yeah, Mega Minion feeling graveyard with the Knight. Yeah, even going further. Cannon cut from Greed. Yeah, bridge spam.
Yep, just feeling each other out, finding where they can find their spots. And Nightwitch from Greed here.
Oh, smelling some giant skeleton barbarians with the cannons, but with the Night Witch, might be going back to those giant days.
Giant Night Witch graveyard could definitely be something. It's a deck that kind of fell out of favor, I want to say, the Giant Night Witch version. I've seen a couple of Elixir Golem versions.
Yeah, remember Tenga playing the Giant Cannon card last season? The cannon card blocking that activation.
I was like, that's so smart, and then it was like, no. All right.
And Moogie's like, okay.
It happened.
Okay, it is with the giant skeleton. And there's that spellbait version with the clone going around with the cannon card. With lots of Flying Machine Princess, but this is the other version that Greed has with Tornado.
Night Witch played at the back. Part of me wants to say Golem next, but I know it's not going to be. And there is the graveyard from Moogie. Poison on the opposite side just to shut down that Night Witch before he gets across the bridge. Not much damage done by the graveyard though.
Yeah, but Moogie's got to be careful. The final card can still be the clone. So Greed just looking for that one perfect chance. As Moogie's just having a perfect defense until one big moment can happen. You know what happens with clone.
Yeah, it's
1 second gone.
all it takes is that one little push forward on a giant skeleton and suddenly you must have damage on your tower. Okay, so cleaned up again. Night Witch not going to get much done here. The skeleton dragon will, although there is the clone though on that right hand side. Nothing done. Absolutely denied there.
Perfect timing on that defense.
And Greed just basically handed Moogie this game on a plate. That was a huge advantage he just gave, and it didn't seem like he needed to play the clone.
A lot of elixirs.
He did not need to play the clone there.
That was
like
not the best timing for sure. And he was rushed. Another clone on the right.
Little bit better. The skeletons get a little bit more damage in.
Yeah, the skeleton dragon drops the damage so that some of the skeletons are gone from the barrel. Still, the damage that chipped in a lot more on the bottom right.
Looking for this big clone push now, but Moogie senses the blood in the water. Is that graveyard going to come down to distract everything? No. Everything goes down.
Yeah, Moogie having that poison early. And I think Greed is pushing it right after the poison because that's his only chance basically in the game to have the clone timing.
Two skeletons just kind of gave Greed at least a lifeline in this match. He got a little bit of damage on the top 54, but Graveyard and the poison dealing way too much damage on that bottom right.
Yeah, a lot more. And the skeleton dragons without the heal spirit, they are going to go down from that poison. Surprise attack on the left. Good bar barrel.
Yeah, bar barrel caught nearly everything, but if it didn't catch it, he was behind it. Did Moogie has this one in the bag right now. Poison comes down with this graveyard. A strong showing so far. Greed on the back foot. Not really finding any footing in this game with this clone deck. Risk, trying to catch the rookie off guard, and it did not work out. Greed takes game one.
You say a rookie, but
a rookie.
Moogie takes game one. You say.
I mean,
you say a rookie, but
is a rookie.
A experienced, I would say a veteran almost.
A rookie with more wins in online tournaments than most players have.
Most professional, yeah, and including a lot of professional players. Yeah, just giving no good chance for that clone to actually happen. Having that bridge poison was the key.
I honestly feel like that clone deck was a snipe attempt.
Yeah, but
like Greed coming in as a player who, and it's the sacrificial lamb. We know you're not going to win in convincing style, but practice this one deck because we think it might catch our opponent off guard.
Yep.
That's kind of what it felt like.
The more, I would say, more common version of the clone we have seen is with the barbarians and hunter instead of the knight with witch and cage.
I believe there was also a version knocking around about 8-9 months ago with the flying machine as well.
Oh yes.
There was a flying machine version instead of the cannon card, I believe. That was a long time ago. Right, Moogie made it look relatively easy.
He had the right spell, at least the bar barrel, just catching a lot of those skeletons coming out from skeleton barrel, popping it at least catching one. The second with the E-Wiz, so it wasn't easy, but to get that timing when everything else was happening, it's sometimes tough to keep everything in track. But Moogie, yep, just lining down everything one by one.
So on one hand, we have a rookie who just hit 100%. A newcomer. I'm going to stop saying rookie because neither Moogie or Hajime are rookies, but both have come in 100% win rate.
So far.
Greed's win rate drops again.
Is it 7% now or 6.7?
It's going to be 0-4.
Yeah, keep that in
8,
track.
1-8, 1-9. 1-9.
Yeah,
that's
but
10.
I think team timing. In order for of course, we're still in King of the Hill, but we know there are other players. If Greed steps up, they can certainly be a better squad. but I think he really needs to right now within the season. Just after watching that game, there was a moment where he just stopped and he was leaking elixirs when the attack was coming down from both sides, and he was just holding his fingers thinking, what do I do right now?
Yeah, there's questions to be asked. I think Greed is the player that you're not it's going to sound weird if you were a manager to do this of a team. But he's the player who he's the wall breaker. That's the best way to describe it. You don't expect him to have the greatest of results, but you throw him out there to catch people off guard just in case it happens. That might be his use.
Yeah, that's
in
a
this
nice
team.
That's a nice analogy, but it's Team Sado. Sado can make it happen. I mean, I'm waiting for that Sado versus Mugi. If it happens in game 3 or game 2 or game 3, let's see if it happens or not today, because Sado has been the key player, dragging everyone else in the team and just saying, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Let's do this, boys. Well, it is going to be Sado coming out in game 2. Will he be able to stop the team timing fall, where they're going to go down 0-1 instantly at the beginning of the season? Or will Mugi take a very popular head? I know a lot of people have been putting Sado in their fantasy teams.
Yes.
If Mugi comes off the gate and just smacks Sado around, Mugi's going to have a bit of a maybe an interesting Twitter feed after tonight. Well,
this is the matchup that I really waited after the first match. I think this matchup has got a lot of hype behind it, especially for the fans out there just watching East all the time. So far, check mark for Mugi, but this is the real challenge that he has to go up against.
This is one of the best players in team timing. I want to say one of the best players in Korea.
Yes, at the moment.
Right now. But Expo Masters back, so that's why it's one of the best. But Mugi has shown he's not afraid of anything so far. Will he be able to continue that against a more, I don't want to say worthy, but more challenging opponent?
As Mugi's also known for his cycle decks, like really cheap bait decks. I want to see that happen in the middle of the season anytime. But Sado's also known for lots of his wall breaker play last season, and his Mega Knight decks has been getting a lot of wins. He also had some double baits. He's just going lots of graveyard, keeping to the meta, but some with his own customized cards.
Like a bit of flair. Well, we're gonna have to see relatively soon. The music comes to an end in team timing.
And repeats
Sado
again. Here we go!
Konos,
I'm hyped for this
Mugi,
matchup.
King of the Hill, game 2. Who's going to take this one? I know, G-Clef, you're expecting probably Sado to take this one.
I think it's hard. After game 1, I'm leaning towards Mugi just a little bit more.
Did you put Sado in your team before we started today? You were like, Sado.
No, I took him out.
Oh, okay. All right, so we do see Knights played at the back. Ice Wiz. So could still be Ice Bow, which would be an interesting decision. With the Baby Dragon, though, that does confirm most likely Graveyard.
Gonna go with arrows. Graveyard coming down the road. The cannon is blocked on from the Princess Tower, but defensive. It was defensively used by Mugi, so some scratches from the skeleton, but keeping to the minimum.
Yeah, cannon card with Graveyard is actually incredibly good, because if it gets over without transforming and just sits there, it has to eat the damage of the wheels, and then when it transforms into the cannon, eats more damage.
What is the stack that Sado's bringing? I mean, I was about to say Graveyard Cannon card, but we've seen it happen in old times.
Yeah, but... Okay. Alright, this Graveyard from Mugi. Getting shut down with just the Knight, Musketeer just to help support and clean up that Baby Dragon. Not much getting done for Mugi this time round though.
Yeah, Sado doesn't have a poison himself. He's got arrows against those skeletons, which is not, I wouldn't say the best spell. And even against the deck that Mugi has, you don't really see like skeleton army or minions in there or bats for those arrows to actually do damage.
Firecracker too, I think, is the main target for something like arrows.
So I'm leaning towards the poison a little more. It seems like a better match for Mugi.
Especially with the Graveyard Mortar.
He's also got the Tornado to pull that cannon card back if he needs to. What?
Skeleton's getting quite a bit of damage in here for Sado.
Yeah, Mugi kept the poison so that he can have the poison graveyard together.
Yeah.
Not even going to spend it because of the cannon card Knight.
Cannon card up front again. Is this going to be another graveyard? It is. Sado smells the blood in the water here, and he's going to have to go for defensive poison from Mugi. Bats don't get a hit though. 1168 remain, and that's another Knight. Only you could have cycled back to another graveyard. Unfortunately, Elixir doesn't work.
Sado knows that Tornado is going to pull the card. So making sure there's something blocking it before so you can keep that alive, and when you want to deal with that, you got to deal with the motor too. So Mugi's sort of actually in trouble, defending everything inside.
A lot of trouble. More damage coming in from that mortar, from the skeletons. 520, 543.
Another shot.
Is he going to get another?
Oh, it does launch! And with the arrows, that's going to be game for Sado.
13 points remaining. Arrows come in and finish it. Sado, game 2. I'm about to go cry in the corner because I had Mugi in my fantasy team.
Go ahead.
I took out Hajime and put in Mugi this morning. Oh, dear.
I have KK. so that's not too bad, but Sado.
Proving why we consider team timing Team Sado.
That combination with the motor made it near impossible for Mugi to defend. Okay, he's gotta check cannon card placement and positioning all the time. And when he does, when he's about to pull that, he can't pull mortar. He can't pull a building. And he has to worry about the graveyard on the back at the same time.
I'm just writing this down because I want to play this when I get home. What was the last card I'm missing? Okay, the skeletons there got a lot of damage in. The last card I'm missing is graveyard. Okay.
Yeah, with the rural delivery, Sado can get the bridge war. You win with lots of cannon card plus the royal the delivery.
That mortar. I was like, it's gonna go down soon. It's gonna go down soon. Last shot from the back of the court. Easy done. Easy pickings. Sado takes out Mugi in game 2. Still a good showing. He did take out Greed. That game. Would you say he had the matchup? Sado had the matchup,
yeah, well,
or was it a bit? It was a bit closer than that.
It was harder to read because it's certainly off meta deck.
Yeah,
off meta deck, and that we have not seen for a very long time. And with this combination, I don't really remember like a CRL game with this deck for sure.
Mortar Graveyard with a cannon card Knight. I don't think I've seen.
I don't think so. It's
ever.
not on my notes for sure, and I do search. Yeah, that combination was hard.
There's probably one guy out there who's used this deck in like a grand challenge and got like 12 wins 100 times or something that just hasn't shown up for us. But yeah, there have been variations in the past, but instead of Graveyard, there have been the clone versions.
Yeah, with the cannon cart.
With the cannon cart clone onto the Musketeer as well.
But
we've seen Mortar Cycle, Mortar Bait.
Yeah, but not with the two
together.
combined. Yeah, not with two combined. This is a really weird deck that Sado just pulled it through to snipe Mugi against the common meta graveyard deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well thought. I mean, those arrows. Yeah, if you get lucky, if you can really catch Yeah, lots of those. Maybe bats are really out of favor right now, especially after the nerf.
But I don't think they should be. They're still a very useful card. Sado against Reiki Jones. I was expecting KK to come out here. Reiki Jones 4-2 in the regular season, King of the Hill last time round. 0-2 in the playoff. And then his 1v1s was 0-1 in terms of sets, 1-2 in terms of game score. Reiki Jones looks tired. It is getting late. It is almost 10 o'clock.
It's getting ready.
In Korea and Japan.
He's massaging his forehead, saying, okay, gotta prepare. Just mentally getting ready for the big match. Sado, mentally ready?
How do we know? How do we know this is Sado, right?
Because of his hair color.
All we've seen is the top of his head.
There's also a camera from the side.
I know.
Recording the match.
I know that. I wanted. I was trying to make a joke, and you just killed it.
No.
G-Clip, the ultimate anti-joke.
Just for everyone to know that there's another camera that records the game with their finger, okay?
The walking anti-joke is G-Clip.
You're welcome.
Okay, Sado. It's gonna be Sado, Reiki. Just double check. That's only 90% this time.
No, Sado has 110%.
No, Reiki Jones has 90.
So Sado took that 10% off of Reiki. That doesn't even make sense, but somehow it does.
All right, well, what are we going to see? Right, Sado with his 61% win rate in total. That includes triple draft. I'm including that, even though some would say I really shouldn't. I'll include it here. Sado 61%. I didn't get a chance to track down Reiki's.
Yeah, Reiki in total last season did not perform as well compared to the years of seasons before, because there were lots of moments where he actually won like 2-3 in a row.
Yeah.
But not last season though.
He was one of those players who came out occasionally in 1v1, and when he came out, he did snipe. He was a sniper.
He wasn't the ace to say for the team, but when he came out, he had more wins than losses for sure.
Yeah. There's
again.
Is it the same?
Or is it the cycle?
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out, because one hit there is the knight. We see bats or royal delivery come down soon. Oh no. There's the cannon card. There's the bats.
Are we gonna have Eagle?
I know, that's why I was
Are we gonna have Eagle him?
That's why I said, oh no, not this. Anything but this, Reiki.
With the Heal Spirit, the E-Dragon, Electro Dragon, and all the dragons in the air.
Double Dragon E-Golem, anything but this, Reiki. Anything.
Let's see.
There's the barb bar. The barb hut, sorry, did go down relatively quickly. See the cannon card with the bats. There's another more. Another shot definitely guaranteed on target here. Just distracting that baby dragon with the royal delivery is Sado. Reiki Jones leaking a ton of elixir right now, but doesn't really matter. Sado now is leaking elixir, so with no cards on the board, that means the elixir is fair game. We're all evens.
Yeah, fair games, but about 400 damage, a little plus taken on Reiki's side. So is it with the E-Dragon? Are we just going to see without the rage E-Golem, Elixir Golem, or with the rage? With the Bar Barrel, I'm feeling, yeah, without the rage with Tornado. So the final three, Tornado, E-Dragon, and what am I missing?
E-Golem.
Oh, E-Golem, yes.
Got the main card of the deck. Could be something different. We have seen Golem versions of E-Golem decks. I think that was popularized by KK.
And he's still waiting, even after double elixir time.
There we go. Okay, so it is going to be the purple blob, and that is go time. But unfortunately, E-Golem only costs 3 elixirs, so there is plenty of room in Reiki Jones's cycle right now to defend this really well.
And E-Dragon really good against the graveyard. Loads up on the both sides.
Well, Reiki Jones.
Oh, Sado. Way do you go. There's that tornado. hitting the chain lightning into both targets.
A lot of damage getting done here by Reiki. That battle healer still lives. Alright, well, now's the time for Sado to set up. No room for the graveyard, unless you go down the right-hand side with a fresh cannon cart and a graveyard.
Nothing on the ground, cannon cart connects, and the skeletons connecting even more, and
cannon cart isn't going to be able to get enough damage done. 828, 6.
The skeletons!
360, just like that, he's turned it around.
But you know what happens with Eagle, the one push. Enough to take the tower down, there's that tornado. E-Dragon was locked onto the tower, deleted by that delivery.
That baby dragon.
Healed!
That baby dragon is still going.
Oh, healed again! Sado. His tower is gonna be destroyed.
You can see what that did to Sado looked like he was about to punch a hole through the universe after losing that one.
How dare you play E-Golem?
Reiki Jones needs to go take a very, very hot shower. That face sums it up. It's like, yeah, I just wanted CRL with an E-Golem deck. Hello.
Well, we had the feeling the moment we saw that battle healer. Oh no, it's time. And Sado bringing. Is it the exact same deck?
It's the exact same deck. Okay. It's a very interesting deck. I really do actually want to try it out. I want to see how it performs. If it has been used before, if it used to be a very popular deck, I apologize. I didn't look that far back in history. But if it is, hit me up. Let me know. I'd love to know who popularized this kind of graveyard deck, but man, just whoever popularized the Golem deck, the E-Golem deck.
The Eagle
I'm sure 90% of the Clash Royale community has a very angry email to be sending you soon.
Oh, that tornado deleting all the bats, keeping the baby dragon alive. That battle healer, the heal.
Just what could you do? That baby dragon was alive far too long. And I mean, what do we say? It's an E-Golem deck. It plays the same nearly every time.
I mean, the baby dragon's pretty good against the skeletons. Like when we talk graveyard, we always come up with these sort of meta decks to go against graveyard, and I think this is exactly what we have. The E-Dragon, baby dragon. That's why we see the Elixir Golem sometimes.
And that's most likely why we saw Reiki use that deck, because the amount of graveyard going around right now is disproportionate to other win conditions.
Basically 40%. I would say 35 to 40% in the entire competitive games.
Yeah, it's disproportionate. So any deck you know is good against graveyard is going to be a deck that's probably going to be good in Clash Royale League Asia. Or Clash Royale League East, my bad.
And you have Justin graveyard deck that Sado played. Likely that he was about to play that same again.
Yeah, a deck that's as unique to Sado as that, you'd expect to see it more than once on the night.
Usually that's what happens from Sado, and Reiki just had the perfect deck to go for. I'm pretty sure he has others to go through, but just the perfect choice, the E-Dragon, the Battle Healer, and I think not just the Battle Healer, the Heal Spirit, just being in so many different decks. Maybe we're going to see that Heal Spirit coming down a step next month?
Maybe. Well, Nuri is out next. It's going to be Nuri versus Reiki here. So it is currently 2-1 to Honos. They do already have a set up. There's one set up. They won the 2v2 set. If they close out this game, if Reiki wins this due to Mugi's win, that will finish today's Clash Royale League. But Nuri is no walkover. Stats 2-5, 1-2, 4-5. It's not the greatest of results. Sorry, that meant nothing to anyone else. In my notes, King of the Hill regular season 2-5. 1v1 set score was 1-2, and his 1v1 game score was actually 4-5. So it's getting very close. About a 36.8% win rate. I had 38%. I guess that's including maybe the 2v2 that was played earlier.
Yeah, Nuri also, just drawing some data from last season. They play lots of lava decks, lava balloon, lava miner, so all kinds of lava, plus some, he was sticking to the air units a lot more compared to everyone else. That's still out there, lots of lava decks, lava balloon, lava miner, lava balloon with the miner too.
And of course, lava barbs.
Yeah, lava barbs.
Which did not have a good show. It was disproportionately strong on ladder and grand challenges, but didn't perform well in East. I think it did pretty well in West, however. If I remember correctly, the season of West, the Lava Hound Barbs was very popular and did pretty well.
Yeah, because they didn't run into as much of Sparky Goblin Giants.
Yeah.
As it did during the season of East early this year.
Well, whatever has happened has happened. We are here now with Nuri versus Reiki Jones. Nuri in blue at the bottom of the screen for team timing. Reiki Jones in red at the top for Panos.
It's the log. And is it looking like it's double bait?
Most likely double bait at this point. Reiki Jones with the Musketeer with the Heal Spirit. And the Royal Recruits.
Yeah, Dark Goblin, smelling double baits. The miner goes behind. Good placement from Reiki.
Really good miner usage there. A lot of damage coming in now.
Royal Recruits having a few, and I believe left side was damaged by the Musketeer, right? Just one bullet there.
You know, even though I'm looking at the cards that Reiki Jones has played, once an E-Golem player, always an E-Golem player. It's an E-Golem deck. I know it's not possible. I know this deck wouldn't fit. But in my head, I'm like, you played it once, you'll play it again. Barrel comes in at the front. The minions played to kind of protect that three-man split. So yeah, a little bit of damage getting done there.
Let's see with what else. Nuri does have the log, but what other combination? It seems like if he had the delivery, he would have played it already.
Yes, those skeletons got a lot of damage done there for Nuri. 1486 remain. Wow. A lot of damage. Now these Royal Recruits are going to get a lot more damage there.
Yes.
The Goblin Barrel snowballed away.
A great Fisherman placement there. Changing the target from the Dark Goblin into Fisherman.
Yeah, not much of a push coming in thus far.
Always reading where the Dark Goblin is going to be with your own placement. Reiki Jones using that miner to get rid of it.
There's the double barrel again. I think one or two scratches there.
Barely one. Heal Spirit caught most of them. So Reiki's got a good cycle for himself.
Yeah, the pressure you put on with the Royal Recruits against someone who's playing bait like that. Missed most of the Royal Recruits in that one though, and that might be one of the bigger mistakes. But look at the damage the Skeleton Barrel managed to get through for Nuri there. 664 remain. Miner used to try and snipe out that Dark Goblin, but actually ended up on the knight. Barrel gets another couple of hits. Dark Goblin's getting, and that might be it.
And
Nuri.
that's it.
Alright.
That miner placement was behind the Dark Goblin, but was, I believe, pushed away from the log, and the knight walked back within that time.
Yeah, so
keeping it alive.
I think the knight was just a little bit closer to the placement. I think the Dark Goblin moved forward a little bit. I need to see it again.
And then the knight, after getting the miner, walks back forward into minions.
Yeah, so real good play there by Nuri. Taking out Reiki Jones, but there is a final boss of Panos.
It has to be KK, the final man.
I mean, does it have to be? It could be Akatori. Could be Tengod. Right, Musketeer there.
certainly we're using lots of.
So here, this is where it is. Oh no, not that one.
It's
That
after
was
this moment.
that was just the fisherman.
Yeah, Reiki was using a lot of his fisherman play to draw that Dark Goblin.
So this Dark Goblin starts cleaning up.
Yeah, this Dark Goblin survived.
There.
Yeah, so it walks back.
That was it. It wasn't the log that pushed it. It was just that it moved back towards it, and by the time the Dark Goblin had moved forward a little bit to attack the minions, the knight had managed to walk back into that path.
It's hard to time because the Dark Goblin's it walks pretty fast.
Yeah.
And then the knight was actually not in front; it was to the side. So great placement by Nuri there. I think.
Great
Good
defensive placement.
Plus 1 off from Reiki.
Yeah, I would say 1 square off from Reiki caused that to happen, but still great placement by Nuri to force an error from Reiki Jones.
Yeah, and then you would imagine a miner's gone, but okay, minions, they're gonna take care of it. And then the knight walks back into it because the Dark Goblin has the range into the air, does not move. So that worked perfect for, I don't know if that was 100% intended.
The blessed Dark Goblin, that's for sure. It's like the holy shield of the knight was just in front of everything.
It's like those clips on community sites where the magic super Dark Goblin that survives for 35 seconds, shooting darts everywhere across the bridge.
All right, in a shock to absolutely no one, it is going to be KK.
Has to be KK.
The knight was like, it's not going to work anymore. We've passed that point. Okay, I was going to make another joke about that Dark Goblin, but KK is coming up. What is KK going to play today?
The double barrel, or when no one plays it, he brings the golem.
It is true. I'm sure someone out there is like, no, it's not. Never seen KK play golem. He played the golem, the E-golem deck with a real golem instead of the E-golem.
Yeah, last season.
And it worked. It was a super psych out move though, because there was so much E-golem at the time. His opponent thought it was an E-golem, and then he drops the rock, and it was just like, all right, well, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Yeah. All right, everyone, calm down. Just press that home button and get ready for bed.
I see you too have watched me play Clash Royale, because that's what happens with me.
Nuri's up for a challenge.
Yeah.
The best man from Kronos.
I'm kind of impressed that Nuri managed to take that. Nuri didn't have the greatest of seasons last season, but we've seen some of these players this season have come back renewed. And I don't know whether it's the amount of Clash Royale that's been happening lately, or how close we are to the other tournaments that have happened, or a bunch of other things, but a lot of these players are just playing better than they did in the special season. But there's a lot more on the line. There's a lot more prize money. There is qualification for Worlds.
That's right.
A lot more is on the line, so it may be that a lot of teams are putting a lot more effort into this season. Players realize those stakes, and no one realizes those stakes as much as KK, who is in red at the top. Nuri, who is in blue at the bottom, and Tornado instantly to activate.
Bad news for Nuri. Did some damage, about 400, little less.
Will he be able to do more than that? There is the cannon.
But your bait is significantly weaker when the King Tower is activated.
It's going to be rough for sure, but Nuri this isn't his first rodeo playing this deck.
Just Ice Graveyard, Tornado, maybe Dragon. Currently feeling that.
Scratches, this time on the right-hand side. Cannon played in the middle to draw everything in.
Waiting for Graveyard Poison from KK. Nuri, what else do you got? Let's put in Cannon this time instead of Cart.
There's the Cage. Fireball is one of those cards.
Usually would say KK would be the player that runs Cycle instead of Nuri.
Is that a timing mishap maybe, or intentional that he put that graveyard down before anything crossed the bridge to tank for it. Poison was played towards the back, expecting the Dark Goblin to be there. Nuri read it like a book. Decided to put it slightly on the side, and now more damage is getting done here. 1498.
That was an outplay by KK Nuri there. Yeah, you know that Dark Goblin is going to be right next to King Tower, slightly walking into the graveyard.
You know, Nuri's holding his phone like an old man trying to text. Okay, so the balloon comes in. Skeleton balloon, that's good. Bit more damage on the tower, 1259. The skeleton barrel, sorry. All right, more clean up here for Nuri. Nuri seems to have this on absolute lockdown. One goblin survived the barrel. Uncharacteristic mistake.
One tile lock from the center of the Princess Tower there, so he takes a little more.
He's gonna take a little more scratch damage from Skeleton. No.
Not even one, and the death damage didn't even connect. This is the graveyard chance.
Yeah, this time Princess Tower was knocked onto the Baby Dragon. The Dark Goblin is in that poison, but no dice.
Yep.
No dice for KK.
Some more damage plus the poison. Still, Nuri is a big lead. Going overtime.
Still needs quite a few fireballs to be able to win this out. If he's planning that spell cycle. Dark Goblin again at the back. Poison out, and there's a lot of skeletons in the back, and I think that tower is
that's
done.
it! KK wins the final game, and Ponos, they are just going to take the match 2-0 against Team Timing. That was close because at the same time, those goblins from the barrel, they were also doing some damage on top.
All it takes is one overcommittal, and KK smells the blood. He goes in and completes it right there. 2-0, Ponos are the winners for today. And that concludes day 1.
Yep, both
Clash Royale League East.
Yep, both Japanese teams, Pop Gaming and Ponos taking a win. Both Korean teams losses. And China taking 1-1.
Okay, that was expertly played by Nuri. It was just one overextension. And the Dark Goblin being trickily played, KK never fell for that twice. Because he waited after that for the Dark Goblin to come down before poisoning. So Nuri took an advantage here. That Dark Goblin in no man's land right at the front, it's not going to get, and then this one by the tower. I mean, I still feel like Nuri did something really good in his first Dark Goblin.
Let's watch this again.
That's just a little bit greedy, I feel.
Yeah, even the Brawler. Yeah, doing a lot of work there. Catching onto the Princess Tower because it's by distance. And then the skeletons started to attach to the tower.
Yeah. So, MVP, Reiki Jones, 3 wins, 2 losses. Well, Reiki played really well today. 2 wins over in the 2v2.
Yeah, the crown count, not counting that 2v2, his 2v2 result, but still the MVP.
Yep, still the MVP of that team. What a day it has been.
What a day, I mean.
Just absolutely incredible gameplay. We've seen Mugi, finally, after all the hype that a lot of the community have put in.
Yes.
Got 1 win, 1 loss. Hajime coming in, 3-0.
That was big.
Oh, that was
3-0
huge.
against WEDGM.
The perennial second place team. Insane.
Yeah, we started off with a really good match.
Fav, my voice is going. I can feel it. I'm going to wake up sore tomorrow. But Fav are an incredibly scary team.
And it's going to be even better tomorrow because we got Kicks and basically a different team of TTG.
Yeah, TTG has been rebuilt from the ground up.
Yes.
Including Boss. It is Boss,
yeah,
right?
Boss Famous Kid.
Boss Famous Kid's Nuamishi.
Yeah, Houyi.
And Houyi, yeah. I'm excited to see how that team works. I'm excited to see the American players come in and see how well they perform with the whole time zone differences and the difference in environment. I'm kind of excited to see how it goes.
And Light and Yuya in kicks, player from Egypt. That's cool. And also Yuya, who's actually from Japan.
Yeah.
In kicks. So like we're having rosters and within the region players like sort of like Expo Master, Korean player playing for Japan and a Japanese player from in the international team too. So we're having players going all over the place.
Some teams did a lot of good work in the summer. I'll say that. Between last season and this season, a lot of teams put in some damn good work. And then you have teams who didn't quite do that. Especially some of the Korean teams who made 0 changes. But just to confirm the results of today, WEDGM 1, Fab Gaming 2, Nova Esports 2, Talon 0, Team Timing 0, Ponos 2. Give us a quick summary of each of these games, G-Clef.
I would say this is the result that many would have expected. Maybe some better moments from Talon or Team Timing. Having a better fight. Fab Gaming was certainly putting out a show there to begin the season. Tomorrow, we have Ponos versus TTG. Kicks for the first time versus WEDGM, who faced a tough loss today. Fab Gaming versus Team Timing. Let's see how long Hanjime can actually stand out there.
Yeah, and anyone wondering what the Korean is on that, it's just saying it's August 16th on a Sunday, match 4, match 5, and match 6. I'm excited to see Kicks because I guess most people know I am a big Kicks team fanboy. But WEDGM didn't WEDGM and Kicks play first game last season? Wasn't that Kicks' first game?
I can't recall exactly because my memory's been fried all the time.
Yeah. But I believe that was their first game because I remember thinking it was like they had a really tough run. I think it was Nova and WEDGM in the first
And then we ran into a rematch in the playoff right after. So I think that's about it for today. We saw a lot of meta decks. Some off meta decks actually doing really well, sniping into especially those graveyard meta decks. You can go and try in the ladder too.
Mortar, Cannon Cart, Graveyard. It's a new deck that I've never seen before, but I'm excited to go and try it out, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been the first day of CRL East Fall Season. Join us tomorrow for day 2. See you all next time.
The closing's always going to be like this, guys. We have to get the right timing. Like the perfect Barbarian barrel against a Skeleton barrel. It ain't going to happen. All right. It's going to close.
See you next time, guys.